Timeless Assassin. By author, Raj_Shah_7152. Chapter 501 to 537. Chapter 501. Time to Look Past. Planet Vorthas, just outside the training arena, Dupravel's POV. Perched silently atop a weathered boulder, Dupravel sat with his back straight and hands folded over his knees, his presence utterly still as if he too was a part of that stone. The afternoon sun was high in the sky, painting it in a light blue color, which matched nicely with his new gray and blue robes, and his white mask. For anyone that was used to seeing the Black Serpent's guildmaster in all blacks all their life, this change made them less suspicious about his real identity. However, Valtteri wasn't one of those that was easily fooled. Sitting beneath the shade of a large tree not too far away, Valtteri watched the masked man carefully, his sharp eyes narrowing with suspicion that had only grown with time. There was something deeply off about this so-called new guard named Viper. He didn't behave like a personal guard. Not even remotely. He walked like a phantom, each footstep too light, too silent, far more akin to an assassin stalking prey than a loyal protector on duty. He never checked the perimeter when they arrived at new locations, never studied the exits, never positioned himself between his master and potential threats. He didn't pat down visitors for hidden weapons, didn't question unfamiliar faces approaching Leo, and made no effort to shield his master from stray gazes, probing glances, or opportunistic challengers. He didn't flinch when Leo was vulnerable, didn't scan for sniper lines, didn't even feign tension in high-risk moments. The man had no instincts of a protector. Only that of a predator biding his time. And it pissed Valtteri off. You catch the execution of that scum Dupravel recently, Viper. Valtteri called out casually, voice laced with a kind of forced ease that masked the venom underneath. The bastard died like the dog he was. Praise be to Lord Shadow Dragon for bringing him to justice. Though, truth be told, I almost wish he hadn't. Valtteri chuckled darkly, watching for any reaction. I wish I'd been the one to take him down. That bastard took my father from me, you know. Dupravel slowly shifted his gaze downward from the clouds, locking eyes with him without a word. I had a score to settle with him. And now that he's gone, I'll never get the chance to tear out his heart myself. Everyone else at the execution cheered like idiots. But me, I wasn't happy. I was hollow. Because no amount of staged justice can replace the satisfaction of killing your enemy with your own hands. Valtteri leaned forward slightly, scanning Dupravel's posture, his eyes, his breath. But there was no response. The masked man was silent, his demeanor unreadable. I heard they released his son, Valtteri added, voice lowering to a threat. Nobody knows where, but if I ever get my hands on him, well, let's just say that would be an interesting conversation. He made a gesture of wringing a neck, his smile full of cruel intent. And that's when Dupravel finally responded. I'd hope for your own sake that you never meet him. His tone was calm, cold, filled with the kind of authority you only gained after being a king for too long. For unlike your mongrel blood, that boy carries the potential of a monarch. And if he turns out to be even half the serpent his father was, you'll die as pitifully as your father did, choking on regret. Valtteri's nostrils flared as he scoffed, though a sliver of unease slipped into his expression. Takes more than bloodlines for one to become a real warrior. He argued before looking away, as, sure, Dupravel replied, the smile behind his mask practically audible. Keep telling yourself that. When here you are, serving a boy half your age, simply because of the blood that runs in his veins. If bloodline doesn't matter, then why haven't you tried to become the dragon? He let the words linger, each syllable slicing deeper. Or what? Can't do it. The silence that followed was suffocating. Valtteri opened his mouth, but no words came out. Dupravel had exposed the core truth of this hierarchy, and there was nothing Valtteri could say to refute it. Why do you even care so much about these criminals? Valtteri finally asked, voice quieter now, with less venom. You speak like you know them. With passion, even. One might assume the boy was your own son. Dupravel met his gaze one final time, then scoffed and looked away toward the sky. You're right, Shield of the Dragon. It takes more than bloodlines to become great. It takes vision. It takes discipline. It takes knowing where your strength is best spent. And the current you has none of that. You can't see past your own petty vengeance. You think in inches while others think in kingdoms. This conversation has been a waste of breath. He stood slowly, the wind catching the edges of his robes as he turned. So I suggest, until the day you learn to think like a man and not a hound, stay out of my way. Valtteri sat in silence long after Dupravel turned away, his hands clenched into fists against his thighs as he stared at the dirt. Bitter. That was the only word that fit the taste left in his mouth. Because no matter how much he hated it, the masked bastard was right. He was serving a boy half his age. He had spent years chasing the ghost of a man who no longer existed. And he had wasted his strength on hatred that led nowhere. Dupravel was dead. He'd watched it happen with his own eyes. Heard the snap of bone. Saw the light leave that devil's gaze. It was over. Maybe it was finally time to look past it. Gritting his teeth, Valtteri tilted his head back and shut his eyes, letting the heat of the Vortha's sun burn into his face as if it could scorch away the weight of everything he had just said. Chapter 502, The Mop-Up. Planet Vortha's, Central Intelligence Wing, Mu-Fan's POV. For the past 30 days, Mu-Fan hadn't slept more than 30 minutes a night. Her lack of sleep stemmed not just from anxiety or fear, but from the relentless churn of her thoughts, as her mind refused to rest while the cult's greatest political liability remained unresolved. Luke Skyshard. The boy was both a blessing and a threat sewn together into one. His memories had been deliberately altered to keep Leo from discovering the horrors he had endured under the 12th Elder and the cult's authority, but the seams of that deception were beginning to fray, and Mu-Fan had been assigned the task of repairing them before anyone else caught on. No errors. No gaps. No unraveling threads. She had already discarded 2 forged timelines, both too fragile to hold under pressure, before finally assembling a version that could survive close inspection. One reinforced with airtight logic, clear acts of villainy committed by the Red Army, and just enough ambiguity to choke any lingering suspicion. In the memory packet she finalized just yesterday, which the chief doctor was scheduled to implant today, Luke would soon remember everything with visceral, haunting clarity. He would recall the planets he had fled to, the precise identities of the Red Army mercenaries who had chased him, and the bone-deep fear of being hunted across the stars for a crime he never committed. He would believe that those mercenaries had first pursued him for a standard bounty, only to uncover his ties to the cult midway through their chase. But instead of alerting their superiors, they kept the knowledge to themselves, hoping to capture him alone and reap the full reward, which explained why no official arrest orders had been filed, and why none of the higher-ups in the Red Army had been notified. It also provided a reason for why no elite pursuit units had been dispatched when the first teams failed to capture him within 3 months. And above all else, it served the most critical purpose of erasing every doubt Leo still held. This reconstructed version of Luke's past would give Leo the answers he had been seeking, filling the gaps he believed existed, and in theory, would be enough to suppress any further curiosity. This time the lie I've crafted is even more detailed and real than the truth. If this doesn't work, nothing can, Mu-Fan told herself as she took a quiet sip of black coffee, her thoughts shifting to Jacob's private investigators. Apparently, the ever-curious parent of Luke and Leo had grown restless and hired an independent team to backtrace Luke's movements over the last year. Fortunately, Mu-Fan caught wind of it days before they returned with a detailed report, giving her ample time to intercept them quietly and force them to submit a false narrative. She offered them twice the money of what Jacob was paying, and doubled down by reminding them, very gently, that the 12th Elder's office had the capability of making their lives hell, if they did not comply. Fortunately for her, they folded fast. Their report was edited under her guidance and filled with convenient evidence, supporting the fabricated version of her events, along with statements affirming the memory irregularities as natural byproducts of trauma and medical stasis. It was all just messy enough to feel real and just clear enough to remove suspicion. Over the past 1 month, Mu-Fan had spent her entire time containing these sparks before they became a wildfire, with the 12th Elder, as usual, offering no assistance beyond smug delegation. "Consider this your mess to mop up, Mu Fan," he'd told her with a smirk, after learning about the inconsistencies in Luke's narrative. "But I must say, I must have tremendous foresight to have planted that bug in Ben's ears. Smart move, wasn't it? It's the only reason we caught wind of this threat before it spread too far." He gloated, as my fan forcibly offered him a polite smile, when what she really wanted to offer was a knife. That wasn't foresight. That was negligence wrapped in arrogance. If she hadn't acted quickly, the entire cover-up would have unraveled by now. And with it, their only hope of keeping Leo Skyshard an ally of the cult. Now, at least, things were finally stabilizing. Luke's vitals had improved. His mental responsiveness was returning. Soon, he was going to be walking, training, and existing exactly as the cult needed him to, obedient, loyal, and just confused enough to never question why some memories felt too neat. Mu Fan leaned back in her chair, rubbing the tension from her temples as her screen displayed a new message from Luke's chief doctor. The implantation was a success. The message read, as Mu Fan finally sighed in relief. Sigh. Everything seemed to be in place. All she needed now was for the boy to wake up, and put all the doubts surrounding his past to bed. Meanwhile Morris was far from pleased that Dupravel had surrendered to the cult rather than fighting back like he expected him to. As once again, it turned out that he had underestimated just how deeply Dupravel cherished his son and how strongly he yearned for a quiet life beside him. As a god of his stature, Morris hadn't been fooled for a moment by the staged execution. As even from several galaxies away, he had seen straight through that illusion. Still, despite the surrender being an unanticipated move, his broader plans remained perfectly on track. The cult's reaction to the dragon being attacked had played out exactly as he intended. The newly formed dragon's army was now being trained across every major cult planet, and by the looks of it, they were preparing for war. Good, declare war quickly. Come dancing toward the flame like moths. It will feel warm at first, soothing in the winter's chill, but the moment you drift too close, you'll burn, he muttered, a smug smile curving across his face, as he eagerly awaited the chaos that was going to unfold next. Chapter 503, Dumpy's Growth. Planet Vortha's secret training facility. A couple of days slipped by in the blink of an eye for both Leo and Ver, and by the end of it, Leo finally succeeded in mastering shapeshift to perfection. Well done, Skyshard. You've completely grasped the essence of this technique. Everything about your transformation, from your posture and hair color to the pitch of your voice and tone modulation is flawless. Looks like I taught you well, the 12th Elder remarked with a rare note of approval, as Leo responded with a gracious bow. Though the man had never been the most patient or methodical instructor, he had at least seen this one lesson through to the end, and for that, Leo was genuinely grateful. In contrast, Ver had just completed the facial transformation phase a couple hours ago and was now moving on to the last components, the hair color and vocal cords manipulation. Skyshard, since your training here is complete, you are to leave for Planet Juxta at once. Commander Charles will no doubt provide you with valuable insight on conducting scouting missions in foreign territories, as well as advice on military protocols and key tactical considerations, the 12th Elder instructed, his tone shifting back to command as he waved Leo off, making it clear that his return to Juxta was no longer optional. If Ver here manages to master this technique in the next 2 to 3 days, then you can expect to be deployed to Planet Coral approximately 10 days from now. So I suggest you make use of your time with Charles wisely, for when it comes to military matters, there's no other brain quite like his, the 12th Elder advised, as Leo nodded and took his leave. Meanwhile, on Planet Juxta, Dumpy's POV. Leo had left Dumpy behind on Planet Juxta to train under Charles while he pursued his own path on Vorthas, and in the span of just 1 month, the miniature frog had undergone staggering improvements. Charles, more than anyone, recognized that Dumpy was the one companion whose loyalty to Leo would never falter, no matter the circumstance. And so, whenever Charles managed to steal a moment from his duties, he poured it into training the frog with everything he had, as he tried his best to mold Dumpy into something truly formidable. Since Dumpy was a beast, most of his growth came naturally through battle experience and raw repetition. Unlike humans, who took weeks or even months to show visible results, a beast's progress has the potential to leap forward in dramatic bursts, especially when properly guided. And so, with daily sparring sessions against one of the finest warriors the cult had to offer, Dumpy evolved fast, blazingly fast. In just 30 days, the frog had gone from the early stages of the transcendent tier to the middle stage, a jump that would leave even the most prodigious human talents in the dust. Shing, shing, shing. Steel clashed in rhythmic bursts as Dumpy, now standing at a towering 15 feet, loomed over Charles with wild, sweeping slashes. His form was monstrous, his shoulders wide, arms bulging with sinew, his long tongue flicking between strikes to disorient and probe for openings. Despite having the ability to bloat himself up to a terrifying 150 feet if he wished, it had become clear to him after weeks of trial and error that assuming any size larger than 15 feet was more of a hindrance than an advantage to him in close quarters human combat. Not only did the larger mass make him slower, it also made him a larger target to hit for his opponent, which made dodging and moving increasingly more complicated. Hence, after tons of trial and error, Dumpy realized that 15 feet was the ideal size advantage for him while battling against a human opponent. At 15 feet, he was powerful, agile, and surprisingly intelligent in his movements, especially now that Charles had drilled the basics of stances, angles, and feints into his thick, froggy skull. "Lower your elbows when you brace," Charles barked as he stepped back, parrying a diagonal cut and circling around to Dumpy's blind spot. "If you keep them flared out like that, I'll break through your guard every time. Use those damn legs of yours and plant. Engage your hips on the counter. Ribbittt. Don't yell at me, old man. You think just because you've got those old uncle muscles, you can push me around. Only my Lord Father is allowed to bully me like this," Dumpy retorted, huffing as he stomped the ground and sent a chunk of broken rock towards Charles's face. Chuckle. Block. Charles let out a short laugh, the sound echoing across the rocky battlefield, as he blocked the rock with ease, before casually twisting his blade and smacking Dumpy across the chest with the flat of it. Push. His attack sent Dumpy flipping backwards, as the green frog landed with a crash and a puff of dust piling around him. "I love how you think your Lord Father is the strongest in the universe. Someday perhaps, I'm sure he can surpass me. His talents are far too great to be limited to a mere monarch. But what about Soren? Do you really think your Lord Father can beat a god?" Charles asked as Dumpy spat a mouthful of acid on the ground beside him, the floor sizzling where his spittle landed. "Of course he can. Lord Father has an impeccable record against fighting gods. He's never lost a fight against one yet," Dumpy replied, as Charles absolutely lost it at this response. "Ha ha 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 ha. That's true, how can he lose a fight against a god when he's never fought against one? By that logic, he indeed has no losses against a god. Ha 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 ha," he said, as it was this unwavering dedication that Dumpy had towards Leo that Charles found the most endearing in the creature. "Here, your reward for making me laugh. Do your best to block this," Charles said, as a rare gleam of mischief danced in his eyes and he raised his blade, channeling just a sliver of his true strength into the strike. Shua. The air split apart with a sharp whiplash as his blade tore through it, sending a shockwave barreling toward Dumpy before the frog even had time to fully react. Boom. Dumpy braced himself with all the discipline Charles had beaten into him over the month, elbows tucked, feet anchored, hips engaged, yet the moment steel clashed against his crossed swords, the sheer force behind the blow shattered through his guard like a hammer through glass. His legs skidded across the dirt, feet dragging trenches in the ground before his stance buckled entirely, as the pressure flung him backward like a broken ragdoll, his limbs flailing midair as he slammed into the rocky terrain behind him with a deafening crash. Crash. Dust exploded in all directions. Silence followed. And then, a faint ribbit escaped his swollen cheeks before his tongue lolled to the side and his eyes rolled upward, unconscious. Charles sheathed his sword with a soft chuckle, walking over and crouching beside the dazed frog. "Not bad," he said, patting Dumpy's shoulder. "You held form for a full half-second longer than last time." He smiled, not unkindly, for at this rate Dumpy was on track to become a monarch-tier beast within the next 2 years. Chapter 504, Respect. Planet Juxta, the military base. The transport pod hissed open with a hydraulic exhale, as Leo stepped out onto the tarmac, his boots barely hitting the ground before a green blur launched toward him like a living missile. Thump. "Lord Father," Dumpy wailed, clinging to Leo's face with all 4 limbs, his bloated cheeks already puffed and leaking thick tears. "The stinky man bullied me a lot in your absence, Lord Father. Please never leave me alone with him again." Leo stumbled back a step, caught off guard as the squishy frog sobbed directly into his cheekbone, his slippery skin making it impossible to pry him off right away. All right, calm down, you walking bucket of slime," Leo said with a chuckle, finally managing to peel Dumpy off and settle him on his shoulder. "You look fine to me. He hit me every day." Dumpy grumbled, sniffing. "He trained me until my legs gave out. He even called me a mongrel, many times." "Really, is that so?" Leo replied, his tone amused as he placed a hand over his face and began to shift. Within moments, his posture, hair, and even the scar above his right eyebrow morphed seamlessly as shapeshift activated, replacing Leo with a perfect imitation of Commander Charles, voice and all. "Well then, frog," Leo said, now wearing Charles's signature deadpan stare and drawl, "maybe if you planted your damn feet better, you wouldn't be crying right now." Dumpy froze. His bulbous eyes widened as he stared up at the figure now looming beside him, then immediately flung himself off Leo's shoulder with a panicked leap. "Flump. You pathetic mongrel," Dumpy hissed, backing up while pointing an accusatory finger. "You dare trick me with the visage of my Lord Father. What sorcery is this?" Leo laughed, dropping the illusion as he dusted off his shoulder. "Dumpy, it's me. Can't you tell?" The frog narrowed his eyes, staring with the intensity of a betrayed disciple. After a long beat, he answered in full sincerity. "No." Leo smirked. That one word was all the proof he needed. He'd mastered shapeshift perfectly. The private cabin that Charles used as his field office was dimly lit, its soundproof walls reinforced with layers of mana-sealing alloys, making it one of the few secure locations on the Juxta military base where words could not be overheard or recorded. Inside, 4 figures sat around a polished metal table, Leo at the center, Dumpy curled at his feet like a loyal gremlin, while Charles and Viper faced each other in absolute silence. The air was thick with tension. Charles leaned back in his chair, arms folded, eyes locked onto the masked man across from him with a predator's stare. "Boy," Charles began, breaking the silence at last, "why did you have to take this bum under you? I was quite looking forward to hunting a serpent." His voice was dry, but the edge in it was unmistakable. Though Leo hadn't said a word about Viper's identity, Charles had pieced it together in under 15 seconds. A monarch who had mastered aura didn't need words to find the truth, and Leo knew that regardless of how he tried to manipulate the story, none of his petty tricks would ever work on Charles. "I had some considerations of my own," Leo replied calmly, not even attempting a lie. Sigh. Charles exhaled long and slow through his nose, then stood up with a grunt before extending a hand across the table. "Well, since you're on our side now, let's try and get along, Guildmaster." There was a pause, brief, tense, before Viper finally reached out and took the offered hand. His grip was firm. His eyes, though hidden behind his white mask, held a quiet gleam of pride. Because ever since he'd sworn loyalty to Leo as a slave and began following him around as his guard, this was the first time someone inside the cult had offered him respect. Everyone else who knew the truth simply saw him as a monster to be used. A pawn to be tolerated. A threat to be watched. But Charles was different. Charles saw him as the monarch that he was underneath all that contractual jargon that currently bound him. And that respect mattered more to him than he ever admitted out loud. "So," Charles said, turning back toward Leo as he sat down, "you're saying they're deploying you to planet Coral in just 10 days. Leo gave a tired nod. Charles didn't hide the displeasure on his face. That's too damn soon. You're too green to be designing invasion strategies, let alone executing them. This isn't some textbook exercise, boy. It takes real military experience. Real judgment. And 10 days isn't even enough time to brief you properly, let alone train you for it. Leo nodded again, this time slower, as his brows tightened. He knew Charles was right. Planning an actual planetary infiltration was a hell of a lot more complicated than just fighting strong opponents. It was logistics, coordination, strategy, terrain, morale, things his blades could never solve on their own. And yet, that was exactly the burden being placed on him. Well, Charles muttered with a shake of his head, no point complaining about what those idiots in the Elders' Council do. What matters is making sure you don't die out there. He stood up once again, dusting off his cloak with a practiced motion before gesturing toward the exit door behind him. Come on. I've got 10 days of invasion doctrine to drill into your skull, and that's barely enough time to cover the surface. As Leo rose to follow, Charles turned to Dupravel and gave a respectful nod. Apologies, Guildmaster Dupravel, Viper, but you can't be within earshot of what I'm about to discuss with Leo. Sensitive military protocols and all that. Please, feel free to explore the Juxta base while we're occupied. Dupravel returned the nod without protest, silently rising as well. He naturally understood. Being a guildmaster himself, he knew exactly how there were some secrets that you couldn't share with even your most trusted aides. 505. The Cost of War. Outside Charles's cabin, the Juxta military base. The air outside Charles's cabin was crisp and cold, the kind that bit into Leo's skin just enough to remind him that the world was still alive beneath the disciplined metal husk of the Juxta military facility. Flick. As per his habit, Charles lit a cigarette with a flick of his mana-coated finger, shielding the flame from the wind with the cup of his hand before taking a long, slow drag. F's. He exhaled with practiced calm, the smoke curling upward as if tracing ghosts into the air. For the first 2 minutes, neither of them spoke. Leo didn't interrupt. He knew Charles enough by now to recognize the weight of his silence when it wasn't empty. It wasn't that Charles was actively trying to avoid conversation, but that he was choosing the right words. Weighing them like a butcher with blood on his hands, deciding which knife to use. After thinking a lot, he finally broke the silence. Boy, he said, the gravel in his voice rougher than usual as he glanced sideways at Leo. If there's one thing you must understand about war. He stopped walking for half a second, only to take another puff, then blew the smoke out through his nostrils. It's that there is no mercy in war. At face value, it sounded like a generic veteran's quote. The kind they printed in war journals or engraved on the walls of forgotten barracks. But the tone in Charles's voice was anything but hollow. It was sharp, personal, as if he was peeling back a layer of skin he rarely let anyone see. Leo looked over but stayed quiet, sensing there was more coming. The part they don't teach you about war in textbooks or video simulations, Charles continued, is that the most painful truth in battle is knowing that the other side isn't evil. He paused again, flicking the ash off his cigarette and watching it vanish into the breeze. You can dress your troops in black, paint the enemy in red, write all the propaganda you want, but in the end, they're just people. His voice dipped, and the smoke from his cigarette lingered between them like a fog that refused to drift. Mothers, fathers, daughters, brothers. People with kids waiting for them at home. People who were laughing at the dinner table 2 nights ago, same as your men. You tell yourself they're monsters so it's easier to slit their throat. But they're not. They're just humans, fighting for the same reasons your side is. Because someone told them they had to. Leo felt something shift in the air around them. It wasn't cold. It was just heavier. Charles resumed walking. Let me paint you a picture, he said. You land on a planet. Disable their air defenses. Push their soldiers back from the open grounds into an urban city. And then the real hell begins, in the form of city warfare. He spat to the side. You think it's over because their army broke formation. But then a mother with an infant slings a hand grenade from a 3rd-floor window and kills 2 of your men. You think your men are safe walking past an alley, and a legless beggar rolls out of nowhere with a mana bomb strapped under his board. You start losing soldiers. Not in clean firefights, not in duels. But in surprise attacks, guerrilla hits, street executions. He took another drag, his voice steady, but something behind his eyes had gone distant. Clouded. That's when you have to make decisions, boy. Real ones. Not the kind where you worry about honor or titles. The kind where you decide what rules to break and what lines to erase. He looked directly at Leo again. You tell your men that anything moving is a target. Anything breaking the curfew is a threat. Because if you don't, the ones who die will be your brothers. Your subordinates. Your responsibility. Leo's brow tightened, the weight of the words slowly wrapping around his chest like iron wire. Charles exhaled again, this time slower, and said nothing for a few steps. Then his voice returned, quieter, almost hollow. But that's not even the worst part. He tapped the side of his temple. The worst part is a military leader isn't fighting in a war. The worst part is convincing your underlings that what they did wasn't evil. He looked out into the empty space ahead, watching the buildings pass in silence. Because if your soldiers believe they're monsters, they will become monsters. That's how it works. That's how you break men. And once they break, they don't come back. Leo inhaled deeply, trying to steady the churn inside his stomach. So you feed them a story, Charles said, one that tells them it was for a cause. One that tells them the old woman on the corner wasn't innocent. That the man with no legs was a hidden threat. That they were protecting something greater. That it was necessary. He finally stopped walking altogether and turned to face Leo fully. The most important part of any war is not the strategy or the soldiers or the weapons. It's the narrative. The one they believe in. The one they kill for. The one they survive for. Charles's voice cracked slightly, just once, before he caught it again. Because war. It makes monsters out of men. And if you don't control the story, then someone else will. And that story might not be one your army can live with. Leo stood still, the breeze ruffling the ends of his cloak, the words settling like dust into every corner of his thoughts. Charles looked at him now with something new in his gaze. Not anger. Not authority. But fear. Real, tangible fear. Regardless of how shitty your battle tactics might turn out to be, boy, don't be a shitty shadow dragon. He stepped in closer, lowering his voice just slightly. Inside the cult, the dragon is the narrative. There is no greater glory than to follow the dragon into war. So if there cannot carry that emotional weight, if there cannot be the moral compass that lightens the burden of the men, then it has to be you. He let that sit for a breath. You understand. Leo gave a slow nod. And though he said nothing back, a storm of thoughts circled behind his eyes. Because he did understand. More than Charles probably realized. And yet, for the first time in a long while, Leo found himself unsure of whether he could carry what was being asked of him. Not the mission. Not the plan. But the men, their pain, their guilt, their sins, the story he would have to tell them. And worse, the one he would have to tell himself. For although he was a killer, a stone-cold bastard who did not bat an eye after killing an innocent ship operator, when he wanted to commandeer a ship for his own reasons. What he wasn't was a mass murderer. The killer of innocent women, children and cripples. For even for him, that sin seemed to be too low. Chapter 506, What Happens in War. Juxta Military Base, Perimeter Grounds. The wind had picked up slightly as Leo walked beside Charles, their boots crunching over gravel while faint hums from power lines and distant drills filled the air. Above them, destroyer-class ships rested on docking rails like dormant beasts, silent but brimming with menace, waiting for war to summon them forward. Charles took a long drag from his cigarette, letting the silence settle, letting the weight of their last conversation hang between them. But as they rounded the bend near the comm station, something in his posture shifted. His tone lost its emotional edge, becoming calmer, colder, like a blade being unsheathed for instruction. You see, son, he began, voice even and deliberate, there are a lot of tactics when it comes to capturing a planet. He paused, gesturing lazily toward the sky as if the stars above were pawns in a game only he knew how to play. But the first step is always the same. He tapped the ash from his cigarette and watched it scatter before continuing. You disable the planetary mana shield. Leo turned slightly, eyes narrowing, absorbing every word. There are different kinds of mana shields, Charles went on. What we use are single-core shields. One generator protects the entire planet. Which means one point of failure. You guard that, and the whole thing stays up. He rubbed his chin, the weight of experience clear in his stance. Downside is, it burns through mana like crazy. Expensive, high maintenance, but easy to defend if you know what you're doing. He resumed walking, hands clasped behind his back, his stride steady and unhurried. Now the other option's a multi-core shield. Usually 6 or 7 generators spread across the planet's surface, all linked together. Much more efficient, easier to repair, but also far more vulnerable. He glanced at Leo. With those, you don't need to destroy the whole web. Just find the weakest node, the softest target, and break it. You create a gap, a way in. And lucky for us, those cheap righteous faction bastards love their multi-core setups. Leo frowned slightly. So in most cases, we only need to destroy one. Charles nodded. If it's a multi-core planet, yeah. Hit the weak spot. But for single-core planets, like Juxta, it's a different story. One entrance. One generator. And it's usually guarded like the gods themselves are living inside. He pointed toward a tall, gray-black tower not far off, where surveillance drones moved in slow, looping paths around the spire. You see that? Leo followed his line of sight. Deep beneath that tower is the Juxta shield core. The real generator. It's buried under reinforced steel, cloaked in spatial barriers, and surrounded by enchantments we don't even document anywhere. Charles gave a faint snort. Only a handful of engineers are allowed within range, and the 2 only with a military escort. And even then, they will be powerless to damage the core, because even if you blew the tower above ground to rubble, the core wouldn't flinch. That structure above ground is just for show. A decoy meant to draw fire. Leo gave a slow nod as he absorbed the knowledge attentively. To destroy a mana core powering a planetary shield, you need to destroy any structure that links the high-density mana crystals to complicated machines. That's when you know you succeeded. When the structure you destroy had lots and lots of mana crystals powering it. You understand? Charles asked, as Leo nodded in understanding. Huff. Charles let out a long exhale of smoke, then took another drag before continuing. Good, now that you've followed me this far, let me tell you what happens after you crack a hole and breach the mana shield. What happens next isn't about soldier strength. It's a pure game of strategy and technology. He raised 2 fingers. You bring down their air defenses. Fast and hard. You send destroyer-class ships to fire from orbit. You level their military bases. Burn forests. Flatten mountains. Push their army back into the cities where civilian presence makes it harder to strike clean. And once you've won the skies. He gave Leo a sidelong glance, testing. You deploy infantry, Leo answered quietly. A small smile curled on Charles's face. Exactly. That's when you walk in. On foot. One district at a time. You secure power stations, seize government buildings, cut their supply routes. You impose curfew. You suffocate the city until surrender is the only option. His voice slowed now, the gravity of his words catching up again. And here's the part that separates us from monsters. We have a civil agreement with the righteous faction. A pact. Leo looked over, brows raised. A pact. Charles nodded. If we take one of their planets, and civilians survive, we're obligated to return them. We name a price, the standard's 1,000 MP per head. Once they pay, the humanitarian ships come in, load the civilians, and leave us a clean planet. But that doesn't apply to soldiers, Charles added, voice lowering. Or civilians who commit war crimes. Anyone who harms our men loses that protection. And anyone in uniform. Their fate is decided by the commanding officer. Whether they live or die, that's on you. Charles said before falling silent again, as for a while, they walked without a word, the air between them thick with understanding. Supply ships moved in and out along the far edge, crates stacked with fresh gear for the next month. However, neither Leo nor Charles paid them any mind. "Listen to me, boy," Charles said eventually, as he placed a hand on Leo's shoulder. "War is not a tournament. You're not there for glory. You're there to command destruction. Cities will fall because you told them to. Families will die because your strategy worked. And when the dust settles, you'll be the one sitting at the table, deciding the value of every life you didn't take." He held Leo's gaze. "Are you still with me?" Leo nodded, voice low but steady. "I'm with you." Charles gave a slight nod, dropping the last of his cigarette to the ground, and crushing it under his boot. "Good. Because this isn't a game. War will change you, boy. Hell, I might even have to start calling you Leo, by the time you're back." Chapter 507, Air Superiority. Juxta Military Base, Charles and Leo's POV. After explaining how to disable a planet's mana shield, Charles led Leo to the hangar bay, where the cult army's warcrafts were stationed. "Okay boy, now that you understand the different steps associated with a war, let me run you through what happens after you disable a planet's mana shield," Charles said as he led Leo across the elevated gantry, and into the heart of the hangar bay. "The next thing you need to understand in depth, is how to establish air superiority." He gestured across the bay, where a range of cult warships stood primed and ready. "Our fleet's not just large. It's also way more efficient than any righteous faction ships of the same class. Custom forged to dominate the skies, tier by tier." He pointed toward a sharp, low-slung craft at the edge of the hangar. "That first one there is a frigate-class ship. It's agile and near invisible to most detection arrays. The purpose of these types of ships is to scout, intercept, and sabotage. Send one of those ahead, and it'll knock out an enemy radar tower or sabotage a shield junction before your heavyweights enter. Next," he turned toward a gunmetal vessel lined with rotary cannons and mana-fed turrets. "These are what we call gunships. They're essentially flying fortresses. Slower than frigates, but packed with weapons. They're built for rapid response ground support. They fly low, hit hard, and pretty much run through the enemy base." Then he stopped in front of the behemoth they were approaching, a massive, black-plated ship anchored at Dock 03. "And this monster right here? That's a destroyer-class ship. These are your long-range, high-altitude strike ships, with the real muscle power that can melt bunkers from its long-range cannon shots. It's missiles. They don't just blow things up. They rewrite the terrain. These are your queens in the sky. You keep them alive, you win." Leo studied the hull as they boarded one of the destroyer-class ships called Warlance. Inside, the atmosphere was clinical and calm, but beneath that calm pulsed something raw, potential energy barely restrained by metal and command chains. Charles followed behind him, his hands shoved into his coat pockets, posture relaxed yet grounded as always. "Welcome to the part of the war you won't ever need to worry about," he muttered, tapping his heel against the floor twice before barking toward the front, "Lieutenant." A woman seated in the pilot's cradle turned halfway, her tight bun barely shifting as she gave a crisp nod. "Yes, Commander. Run a mock evasion sequence. Simulate an enemy strike, let's say a strike from a mana-fused artillery cannon, followed by a tail from an enemy destroyer. Show the boy how we dance." "Aye, sir." Without another word, the ship rumbled faintly beneath them. Leo instinctively widened his stance as kinetic dampeners kicked in, and the Warlance jolted slightly to the right, followed by a sharp pitch upward. The overhead screen adjusted immediately, displaying the incoming trajectory of a theoretical projectile, as glowing red dots arced toward them in neat formation. "First thing you need to know," Charles said, voice calm despite the motion, "is that aerial warfare isn't won by power, but by positioning. Power helps, sure. But if you can't dodge, if you can't maneuver, you're dead in the air." The ship dipped suddenly, performing a barrel roll maneuver as warning klaxons blared across the simulation. "Grab." Leo grabbed onto a nearby support rail, watching as the pilot's hands moved like she was playing an instrument, elegant, focused, precise. "That woman up there. She's been flying crafts since she was 18. Every bit a natural prodigy as you. She's only 28 now, but she has survived 12 orbital missions and logged out over 2,000 hours of wartime. If I handed her a full fleet, she'd wipe out an entire city grid before her breakfast got cold. Charles praised, as Leo blinked in acknowledgement. Charles rarely praised anyone, so if he talked so highly about someone, then that soldier definitely had to be special. Shroom. The ship suddenly accelerated into a spiraling ascent, avoiding another incoming blast by a hair, the blue trails of simulated plasma sliding past the viewport like streaks of lightning. Now you see why I said you stay out of this part, Charles muttered, lighting another cigarette without breaking eye contact with the view. These crafts. They're beasts. And they're only as good as the instincts behind the wheel. You, me, land soldiers like us, we're not meant to steer them. We're the ones who deploy after the sky's already been burned clean. The screen shifted to a tactical view, showing blinking indicators of anti-air towers, radar arrays, and fuel depots scattered across a planetary surface. Objectives always the same, Charles explained. Take down enemy infrastructure. Blind them. Cut their comms. Cripple their ships. Once that's done, they're sitting ducks. Leo watched as the simulation continued, the ship weaving between simulated blasts before locking onto a key enemy comm tower. A blue pulse charged up beneath the ship's undercarriage before firing a precision strike, obliterating the target onscreen. That's what air superiority looks like, Charles muttered, his voice now almost a whisper as he watched the glow fade. No screaming, no close combat, just surgical pressure. You don't fight this part of the war, son. You just pray your team does it right. The simulation ended, and the ship leveled out, settling into silence once more. The glass faded back to a soft display of the hangar's exterior. Charles flicked his ash against the floor and gave Leo a sidelong glance. This ride's not for you. Not unless something's gone horribly wrong. Leo gave a quiet nod, still gripping the side rail. But you still need to understand it. Because there is much more to maintaining air superiority than just winning the fight in the air once. Charles said, as he turned to face Leo, looking him square in the eye. These ships can't stay in the air forever. Engines overheat. Mana cores need cooldown. Fuel tanks empty. They'll need landing zones to touch down, cool off, and resupply. Which means, it falls on you to secure those zones. To rotate squadrons in and out without leaving holes in your sky. You don't need to micromanage the battle above, but you better know how to support it from down below. Leo nodded, his gaze fixed on the central interface as the scenario looped back into neutral orbit. Establishing air superiority wins you the right to move. Maintaining it keeps your army alive. Charles placed a hand briefly on his shoulder before turning back toward the exit ramp. Come on. Next, I'll show you what it looks like when we land. Chapter 508, Urban Warfare. Juxta Military Base, Forward Simulation Deck. After exiting the destroyer craft, Charles led Leo towards the Forward Simulation Deck, which was a holographic training ground where soldiers learnt the basics of urban warfare. The floor of the Forward Simulation Deck was made purely of glass, and once they took the designated starting spot, a massive holographic city soon rose in layers before them. Towering structures, cracked streets, half-demolished infrastructure, and flickering mana barricades flickered into place one district at a time, until the entire projected metropolis stood fully formed. All right boy, Charles began, his voice steady and stripped of any theatrics. Now that you understand how air superiority is established and maintained, it's time to learn about the most bloody part of any war, where the most lives are lost. He pointed toward the central district of the hologram where red markers indicated enemy strongholds. The Air Force does one thing and does it well. It levels enemy infrastructure, destroys radar stations, dismantles forward command posts. It pushes the opposition army into the cities where they're harder to root out, but easier to trap. Charles circled a finger above the projection. As per Universal Treaty on War, we cannot bomb, nor can we indiscriminately neutralize cities in war through aerial assault. Which is one of the reasons behind why this step must be done on foot and why the aircrafts can't help us. He explained, as Leo nodded in understanding. In theory it would be far easier to neutralize a whole city via bombing it to ash, but that could lead to extreme loss of civilian life, and Leo could see why such a practice had to be outlawed. Never break the rules of war, boy. Because remember, although you may break it once and save a few 100,000 lives on your side, somewhere down the line that decision will come back and bite you, costing you hundreds of millions more lives than it would have otherwise. Charles warned, as Leo replied by nodding solemnly. So, once the skies are ours, the real work begins. Ground forces move in, block by block, street by street. Their job is simple on paper: seize the hostile city, secure every main road and supply route, and impose curfew. You cut off the enemy's escape. You cut off food for the commoners, you make it so they can't breathe without your say-so. Charles said as his tone sharpened. But this is also the most dangerous part of war. Inside cities, there's no such thing as safe ground. The enemy could be anywhere: sewers, high-rises, hidden tunnels, collapsed buildings, even within crowds of civilians. 1 second of hesitation, and your men are gone. The simulation shifted again, highlighting clusters of red units hidden inside buildings and underground tunnels. Urban warfare is never clean. Which is why the key to it isn't brute force, but rather information and real-time awareness. To win urban warfare, your average battle group needs to be modular. He brought up a tactical display of a typical squad. You always have your lookout or scout up front. Someone with sharp perception, possibly even enhanced vision. Behind them, you've got your sniper or archer class, anyone who can provide long-range cover. They're not just backup, they're your angels. They make sure that the whole unit is always protected against unexpected threats. Charles tapped on another set of blue figures. Next come your shield bearers. Tank types. They take the brunt of the ambush if things go wrong. Behind them, your berserkers and swordsmen, your actual offense. And of course, a few specialists tucked in, whether that means medics, saboteurs, or a mana engineer who can defuse mines and traps laid on the streets. He looked Leo straight in the eye. No unit moves farther than what the scout can clearly see, and no one crosses a zone the sniper can't cover. That's the doctrine of urban warfare. And those who break it, die. Leo nodded slowly, taking it all in, but Charles wasn't done. And as a commander, your role is not to fight on the front lines. You're not their scout, and you're sure as hell not their shield. You need to be above the ground game, seeing the broader board. He walked forward, placing both hands behind his back. Look at this city map. Where are the choke points? Where are we losing the most men? Where are our medics getting targeted on repeat? You need to find those areas, dissect why they're failing, and if needed, send your elite men to clear them silently, and open the path for the rest to move through cleanly. The hologram pulsed red in 3 different districts. That's where your skills as an assassin come in. Not to play soldier, but to be the silent blade that cuts out the cancer while the army moves forward. He paused, then gave a humorless chuckle. You and there, you're not foot soldiers. You're morale symbols. Weapons of myth. Your presence isn't meant to solve every skirmish. It's meant to inspire fear in the enemy and hope in the men who follow you. He jabbed a finger toward the towering projection of a shadowy figure labeled, Point Break. This is the part of war where you let Dupravel and your top generals do the dirty work. You waltz in after the sector's cleared, strike a heroic pose, and the soldiers believe it was the shadow dragon who carved them a path. Leo remained silent, watching as the simulation detailed enemy reinforcements slipping through collapsed highways and sewer access points. Charles turned back. Urban warfare is never about speed. It's about control. You divide the city into sectors. You secure one, set up a mana relay post, then move to the next. Never overextend. Never leave your flank exposed. Every soldier should know where they came from and where they're retreating to if things go south. He motioned toward a blinking blue node. Always have fallback zones with emergency rations, medical supplies, and spare ammunition. You don't win a city by storming it. You suffocate it until it begs to surrender. Leo raised a brow. And how exactly do you suffocate it? Charles shrugged. Food and water. There's only so much that the commoners can handle. So much food and fresh water stocked in their homes that they can survive 7 days. 30. At best 40. After which, they'll be the ones to turn on their army. You set up a system that rewards civilians that turn in enemy soldiers, and by day 30, they'll be the ones hunting their own men. And that's how you win this war. Silence settled between them again, the projection humming quietly as Leo stared at the urban jungle before him. He saw the possibilities, the risks, the blood, but most importantly, he understood the road to victory. All right, son, that's the last of the steps to winning a war. Once the commoners surrender, the planet is yours. Congratulations, you have become a cult legend. But your duty doesn't end there. As commander, you have to make sure that your men behave. That they don't heckle the innocent or commit abhorrent acts like rape or murder. A collapsed city is lawless, and it's your job to ensure that you swiftly bring law and order to it and that you keep the back-end army operations running smoothly. Food, logistics, ammunition, setting up fresh planetary defenses. Those are the problems you need to deal with on a personal level. Understand? Charles asked, as although overwhelmed, Leo nodded in acknowledgement. Good, now that you understand the broader picture, we can get into the more detailed stuff. Don't worry, I'll cram into you the basics of leading an army in the next 10 days. Charles said, as Leo let out a long breath of exhaustion. Being a commander was undoubtedly very complicated, but he had no choice other than to learn it fast. Chapter 509, Learning How to Lead an Army. Juxta Military Base, Officers' War Hall. Over the next 7 days, Leo discovered that despite his usually unserious personality, Charles was actually a very good teacher of military strategies. Not in the poetic sense, nor in the way of a traditional lecturer standing before a class, but in the practical, clear-cut manner that only someone who had bled through hundreds of battles could pass on. When he spoke, he completely skipped through fluff and theatrics, only passing on what he truly believed to be useful. The first lesson he had drilled into Leo had been simple. As a commander, he didn't need to know 90% of the grunt work. That wasn't his job. He had no need to memorize the topographical map symbols, or learn all the on-field hand signs and quick calls used by low-ranking officers. Whatever he said was automatically going to be translated and relayed down the chain of command by people who had trained their whole lives to do just that, so he did not need to micromanage that. Instead, he needed to be the mind behind every assault. Remember, boy, men under your command will march until their legs break and fight for you until their bones snap, but if you don't feed them, their morale will plunge like sand through your fingers, Charles lectured, while dragging Leo through the supply corridors of Juxta's logistics wing. As per his experience in the military, the men did not mind being cold, did not mind being tired, and did not mind being hungry, but they could only do one of those three at once. If they were going to fight from dawn to dusk, they expected a proper meal and a warm bed to sleep at the end, and it was Leo's job to ensure that they got at least that. Food and water, that's the spine of your army. Not fancy speeches or made-up war cries, Charles said as he introduced him to the army cooks, before showing him how the army stored food and water. Here, ration inventories were sorted by caloric value. And water purification talismans were used to purify any sort of muddy or mildly toxic water that they could find. Next came energy. The cult's smaller crafts, destroyer-class ships, even their heavy artillery cannons, nearly all of them ran on processed high-density mana stones. And so, Charles walked him through the fuel depot's reserve vaults and taught him how each stone had to be cut, smoothed, and slotted precisely into core reactors to keep the war machines running. If you ever run out of energy on foreign soil, you will need to find a natural mana vein on the planet. Every planet has a few of them, and usually it'll be an active mining site operated by the locals. To sustain your army's logistics, you might need to go in there, find high-grade mana stones, then purify them, process them, and shape them into the proper size, or your fleet will become as useless as scrap metal. Of course, you don't need to do the mining yourself, men under your command will do it for you. But these are stuff you need to take care of as commander. There's only so much payload you can carry while traveling. So if you run out of energy mid-operations on a foreign planet, you must know how to secure fresh energy cores for your fleet. Charles said as Leo nodded in understanding. Most of what Charles had taught him had followed that same pattern, lessons in general knowledge, rather than deep mastery. Enough for him to understand when something was about to go wrong and how to avoid it. Things like who to call upon for what problem, and how long it would take to fix them. Still, some of it had been interesting. One such moment had come during a lazy lunch in the officers' mess, where Charles had broken down the actual structure of the cult's army. 70% of all active recruits are at the master tier, Charles had said, slicing through a slab of meat while speaking casually. Those are your foot soldiers. The ones holding the front lines. Medics. Common engineers. They fight. They die. They follow orders. Simple as that. Leo nodded. Another 25%. Grandmasters. These are your captains, sergeants, lieutenants. Occasionally a general. They're your battle leaders. They hold the formations together when chaos breaks out. And the rest? Leo asked. Charles took a bite before replying. 4%. Non-combatants. Cooks. Quartermasters. Logistics rats. Administrators. They're the ones making sure the war machine keeps turning while the warriors spill blood. And the top. Charles had tapped his finger twice on the metal table. 0.015%. That's your transcendent tier warriors. The real monsters. Either they're generals or legion commanders. They are the top brass that you deal with directly and the ones responsible to bring your vision to reality. Finally, the rest are your aircraft pilots and highly skilled ship technicians, their only job being aerial warfare. Leo leaned back, eyes narrowed, absorbing it all. The cult army only had about 12,000 transcendent tier warriors in active military service, while about 12,000 more served the private sector. In terms of ratio, the cult army had more transcendent tier warriors per soldier when compared to the universal government's army. But the sheer size difference between both sides was incomparable. Truth is, boy, we are not equipped to handle more planets with the cult's current army size. I'd say, at best we can take a couple more before stretching our forces any thinner becomes a problem. But those idiots in the Elders' Council won't understand that. Nor will the common masses. The ideal our cult chases is a return to universal domination and our glory days. But back then, we used to have a monarch serving as a galactic general in every sector. With 12 or so planets under his protection. And about a couple hundred monarch-level warriors serving within the cult in total. Back then both Calith and Soren were demigods that could handle large-scale conflict with ease. While the name of the timeless assassin was enough to send most enemy gods scrambling in fear. But we are no longer that same organization. It took the timeless assassin 1,000 years to grow the cult from just Ixtal to covering the entire universe, and it will take us a minimum of 500 more to repeat that same success. Such changes can't happen overnight, and we must have patience until we are ready to handle the expansion, Charles said, as he let out a disappointed sigh. Don't get drunk on success, boy, he continued, his voice quieter now, almost thoughtful. Even if you take 2 planets, 5, or 10, don't start thinking you've made it. Leo glanced his way, sensing the shift in tone. Don't do what Noah did. He thought his early victories meant that the cult was ready for a rapid expansion. He thought that the righteous faction was weak and that we just needed the courage to take back what was rightfully ours. Charles tapped the table once, firm but not harsh. Empires aren't built in a day. They're forged over decades, through discipline, patience, and decisions that no one claps for. Remember that. Chapter 510, Mission Briefing. Planet Tithia, the First Elder's office, Leo's POV. Leo sat calmly inside the First Elder's office beside Ver, as they both waited patiently for the old man to arrive. It had been 8 days since Leo left planet Vorthas, having completed his mastery over shapeshift, and somewhere over that past week, Ver seemed to have finished his training as well. Now, with both of them ready, they had been summoned to Tithia for their first official mission briefing. 8 days, cousin. It took you 8 days to finish after me. Leo asked teasingly, as Ver chuckled in response. 5. It only took me 5, but then the 12th Elder gave me a crash course for a couple days on how to plan a planetary assault. To be honest, I respect him and all that, but the fucker talks too much. Vare said, as Leo couldn't help but chuckle at that remark. Slowly but surely, the two dragons were getting on the same mental wavelength, as somewhere deep down, that was exactly how Leo felt about the 12th Elder as well. Creak. The sound of the office door opening cut their conversation short, as the two warriors straightened their stance and wiped off the smug grins from their faces. Step. Step. The first elder stepped inside without fanfare, his long robes fluttering softly behind him, as he took his seat before the two. He gave neither greeting nor acknowledgement to either of them, merely alternating his gaze, as if to show this was serious. Your mission begins in 2 days, he said flatly. The atmosphere inside tensed at his words, as Vare shifted in his seat just a little. As you must already know, your deployment planet is Coral, a moderately industrialized node within the Outer Eastern Cluster, currently under Sioux Clan's control. It's divided into 12 main zones, and your point of entry has been decided as Zone 12. Inside, there is a mid-tier military garrison primarily guarded by Grandmaster-tier officers and a few Transcendents. And in terms of proximity, it's the furthest away from any major civilian hubs. The first elder pressed a button on the table as 2 small hollow discs lit up, projecting the faces of 2 unassuming lieutenants, both brown-haired, both average in build, both invisible in a crowd. These are your identities. Lieutenant Aaron and Lieutenant Larry. You'll take their place. But first, you'll arrive on the planet posing as external maintenance workers on loan from another garrison. Once you're in the base, eliminate these 2, assume their faces using shapeshift, dispose of the bodies without alerting anyone, and take over their roles within the command roster. His voice didn't raise, didn't sharpen, but the room felt like it was tilting forward, as Leo felt his left eye twitch with anger. What did the first elder mean by taking over their roles? They needed more information than that. They needed specific details about who they were impersonating and what they did. But he didn't interrupt just yet. Once you've embedded yourselves, you'll have 7 days to complete the following objectives. The first elder continued, as a second hollow map flickered to life, displaying the topographical scan of Coral's planetary defense net. 1. Locate and identify the position of every mana shield core scattered across the planet. If possible, also determine a viable method to destroy or deactivate one of them from the ground. He allowed a pause, just long enough to emphasize that part, before continuing. 2. Confirm the number of troops stationed across the various bases, their tier distribution, and the full extent of Coral's planetary defensive capabilities, turrets, air cannons, early warning sensors, emergency portals, and any off-world reinforcements on standby. 3. Gather detailed information on the planet's acting commander, his habits, daily schedule, psychological profile, and, most importantly, information about his family, pretty much any leverage we can find to blackmail him. The projection flicked off, and the first elder leaned forward slightly. 4. Within 7 days, draft a complete step-by-step plan for how you would take over this planet with the resources currently at your disposal. A detailed list of how many ships and men you have will be shared with you by this evening. The map shifted again, this time zooming into an area marked Blackridge Fortress. If anything goes wrong, find a yellow hut inside Blackridge Forest. It's actually a cult hideout. Inside you will find an emergency line to contact us, and we will find a way to extract you. Your identities as maintenance workers have been seeded into the system ahead of time. And a supply ship belonging to the White Tiger Union has been arranged to bring you in and out of the planet. Once you land, you're on your own, until extraction day, where the same ship will take you out. He closed the file with a final snap of his fingers, the room's lights dimming slightly as the holos shut down. If things go wrong and you are compromised, do not fight to the death. Your lives are worth more than this information. Remember, the Elders' Council assigns missions to the dragon only to mold him and shape him to become stronger, and not because there is no one suitable within the cult who can't carry out this mission on his own. But, as per the guidance of Lord Soren, If you were to someday ascend past the monarch stage and step into the realm of demigods or divinity, you must live a life full of dangers and hardships, since the best predators are not raised in captivity but rather in the wild. He rose from his seat, robes cascading down like a slow wave. You leave at dawn the day after. Carry nothing you don't need. Speak only when necessary. Act like shadows. Kill without hesitation. The first elder looked at them both, his expression unreadable. This is the cult's first official comeback in 32 years. Don't mess it up. He turned and exited the office with the same silent authority he had entered with, leaving Leo and Ver to rise slowly, neither speaking as they processed the weight of the assignment ahead. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Chapter 511, Clarity. Planet Tithia, later in the evening. Although the first elder had skimmed over quite a lot of crucial details, fortunately, when evening had rolled around, a proper military lieutenant arrived at their assigned quarters to provide Leo and Ver with a far more comprehensive and structured briefing, one that clarified every key point that the first elder had failed to explain. The man, dressed in standard-issue combat uniform, bore the hardened expression of someone who had seen real combat, and carried himself with the quiet authority of a seasoned operative. He walked them through the mission's finer layers with disciplined precision, outlining not just the surface-level objectives but the embedded expectations that came with impersonating officers of the enemy. He spoke of Lieutenant Aaron and Lieutenant Larry not as names on a sheet, but as breathing, living men. Their daily routines, the cadence of their speech, the officers they favored, the subtle tics in their posture, even the way they usually nodded during briefings, all of it was laid out with clinical accuracy, as though they had been under observation for months. More importantly, the lieutenant explained how the required information was to be extracted without raising suspicion. There were no brute force data hacks or reckless raids involved, only a careful series of minor disruptions and psychological plays, intentionally delaying certain duties, misplacing tools, over-requesting equipment, and watching how command structures reacted. It was about pressure, timing, and quietly logging vulnerabilities without ever being seen as suspicious. To aid them, he handed them small disruption tools such as thin frost talisman paper to burst pipes without leaving a blade mark, and explosion sound talisman, that could recreate the sound of a massive explosion, without ever actually causing one. If used correctly, both of these tools could create opportunities for them to probe more information, and he even explained exactly how to do so. In case you're exposed, find a narrow maintenance tunnel running beneath the East Wing dormitories. It will lead you out into the surrounding woods, just a few kilometers from the emergency hut. The lieutenant explained, as unlike the first elder who only said stuff arbitrarily, this man gave them thorough directions and a proper briefing. 5 hours later, by the time the session ended, Leo found himself reclining ever so slightly on his chair, his breath easing as the tension that had gripped him since the morning finally began to fade. There were still major risks involved with this mission, but now, at the very least, he had a vision about what he was supposed to do and how to do it. And that was definitely a massive improvement over what he had been handed in the morning. What do you think about the current Dragon Army size, cousin? 30 million soldiers have already completed 6 weeks of basic training, and another 10 million will be ready within the next week. So by the time we launch this assault, we'll have 40 million men at our disposal, Ver said, as Leo rubbed his chin thoughtfully in response. Compared to historical standards, this marked the largest initial Dragon Army enlistment in over 3 centuries, a number that was nearly double what Noah had commanded during his first major campaign. Even so, Leo wasn't entirely sure how he felt about leading a force that had barely endured 6 weeks of training and had yet to experience the realities of actual war. Our command structure isn't bad. Quite a few retired military generals and transcendent tier warriors have volunteered to serve under the Dragon's banner. But I still question the overall competence of our troops. 6 weeks feels far too short to throw them into real battle. And I fear we'll suffer heavy casualties during this first deployment. Still, I suppose it can only improve from there, since the survivors will gain experience, and the replacements who come in afterward will inherit a better trained environment. For now though, I'm not even sure those numbers mean anything, especially considering we have no intel on how many soldiers the enemy has stationed on Coral, Leo concluded, as Ver nodded in agreement, appreciating the honest evaluation. I hope Monarch Charles has prepared you better than the 12th Elder has prepared me, because to be honest with you, cuz, I have no idea what the hell I'm doing out here. I'm scared. I feel overwhelmed. And right now, I'm just going with the flow. Because if I stop to think, I'll probably panic, run off, and bury myself in a hole, Ver admitted, as Leo cast him a firm, cautionary glance. Do not do that. There is no version of this where I'm ready to take the lead role as the dragon. I'm going with you on this mission. I'll guide you the best I can with what knowledge Charles has poured into me. But at the end of the day, this is your role. That army belongs to you. The glory of this victory will be attributed to you. And the burden of their deaths, our people's deaths, will also be yours to carry. I'm just a representative of the cult army, here to provide tactical insight and structure where needed. But this war is not mine to lead. That weight isn't mine to carry, Leo said clearly, as Ver released a long, exhausted sigh. This wasn't what he had hoped to hear from Leo, but deep down, he knew it was what he needed to hear. You think we'll be okay out there on our own, cuz? He asked, his voice a little softer, as Leo shrugged his shoulders in response. Well, as long as we're not up against any monarchs, I don't know about you, but I trust my skills enough to at least survive and escape if things go sideways, he replied, prompting a grin from Ver. In that case, since I'm clearly stronger than you, I guess I'll be just fine too. He said, as Leo immediately protested by wagging his index finger. No. I remember whooping your ass in a very public match not long ago. Despite me being a whole tier weaker. He recalled, as Ver shook his head in denial. Old news cuz, I've grown stronger since then. Right now, I'm number one. He said, as the two began to banter on who was stronger, the atmosphere around them lightening as a result. 512. Onboard. Planet Tithia, Hangar Bay Area, Deployment Day. A full day slipped by in the blink of an eye for Leo and Ver, as the two spent nearly every waking moment planning, refining, and mentally rehearsing the mission from every possible angle. Before long, deployment hour crept upon them, forcing them to shed their true selves as they changed into faded olive-green janitorial uniforms that sagged loosely over their real forms. Their faces had been expertly altered using shapeshift, now bearing the dull, forgettable features of middle-aged maintenance workers. Not too ugly, not too distinct, just enough to blend in and be ignored. Around their wrists, thin black bracelets looked nothing special, however, they were actually high-tier items that suppressed their auras down to the level of ordinary civilians. Even a seasoned transcendent lieutenant scanning them would find nothing remarkable, as they looked completely harmless as two unarmed, non-mana sensitive service staff on their way to service some spillage or perform daily cleaning duties. Load up, runts. A sharp, irritable voice snapped through the air. The man shouting stood halfway up the ramp, dressed in a worn white Tiger Union uniform, his tone more focused on getting through his checklist than caring who was boarding. A bulky data slate rested in his palm, the tip of his stylus already scratching a confirmation tick beside the false identities that Leo and Ver had assumed, which he did not even bother to check twice. It was a calculated decision on the cult's part. While they had paid the White Tiger Union to smuggle two operatives onto Coral, they had never disclosed who those operatives truly were. Instead, Leo and Ver had been introduced as low-tier scouts assigned to a basic reconnaissance mission, their janitorial disguises serving as both cover and misdirection. The reasoning behind this was simple: if the White Tiger Union believed they were transporting nothing more than expendable foot soldiers, the risk of betrayal remained low. But if they learned the truth, if they realized they were carrying the dragons themselves, the temptation to sell them to the enemy and sever ties with the cult would become far too great to ignore. Hence, to cut down such unnecessary risks, the real identities of Leo and Ver remained a mystery to even the White Tiger Union. Unfortunately, the loading officer hadn't been made privy to that truth, and as far as he was concerned, Leo and Ver were nothing more than disposable grunts, just another pair of nameless bodies in faded uniforms. So when he barked out, "Load up, runts," while ticking their names off a data slate without so much as a glance, Ver's glare sharpened instantly, his pupils narrowing with thinly veiled fury. "What did you say to?" Ver began, his killing intent rising, as without hesitation, Leo stepped in. He reached behind Ver and grabbed the back of his head, fingers locking in place like iron as he forcefully pushed him forward, guiding him up the ramp without giving him a chance to turn. "Don't," Leo muttered under his breath, the word more a command than a suggestion, as Ver stumbled up ahead, silently fuming. The loader raised a brow and scoffed. "Keep that one under control," he warned, tapping the edge of the slate with a pointed glare. "Or I'll eject him into space mid-journey. I've done it before, don't think I won't do it again." Leo gave a sheepish nod, lowering his head in a perfect imitation of a timid soldier too low in rank to question authority. "Understood, sir. He's just tired, didn't sleep much before the departure window," Leo mumbled, letting just enough nervousness seep into his voice to sell the act. The loader didn't care for the explanation. He had already turned back to the next set of items on his list. And just like that, the two dragons stepped onto a ship bound for righteous faction territory. The ship's internal bay was dim and cramped, packed with crates bound for Sector 12's monthly resupply. Amongst all the other goods were a tray full of cleaning goods and a bucket filled with fake sanitation gear. Everything had been arranged by the cult to match the official logs, down to the grease stains and scrubbed ID tags. Their cover was airtight. As the hatch sealed behind them with a metallic hiss, Leo found a corner near the storage crates and sat down, motioning for Ver to do the same, as only once the engines began to warm and the ship lurched off the dock, did he allow himself to breathe properly. "Do that again," Leo whispered coldly, "and you'll compromise everything." Ver didn't respond right away. But after a long pause, he nodded once, the red in his irises beginning to dim again. Outside the reinforced hull, planet Tithia shrunk in the distance, while Coral loomed ever closer. The two of them sat in silence, the low hum of the ship filling the space between them as they waited for their destination to arrive in about 4 hours, passing the time with quiet conversation. "You know, my first real job was as a toilet cleaner at a roadside motel," Ver said, chuckling softly at the memory. "I worked there for 7 months when I was just 11. I'd just run away from the orphanage back then, and I hadn't gotten into stealing yet. So I did what I could to get by," he added, his voice trailing into something a little more grim, as Leo smiled faintly from across the room. "I've worked in sanitation too. Not even at 11, but 19, Leo replied, his tone calm, almost amused. "Had to scrub the waste tanks on a long-distance ARC ship. I've seen my share of hardship, brother. In this case, you're not alone," he said simply, as Ver blinked in surprise. Somehow, looking at Leo, he never imagined that kind of past. The way Leo carried himself, the confidence in his posture, the sharp edge in his words, it all made him seem like someone born into status. "Huh, so you had it rough too, huh?" Ver said, a slow grin tugging at his lips as he realized that maybe they really were cut from the same cloth. 513, Infiltration complete. Planet Coral, Righteous Faction Military Base, Cargo Unloading Zone. A couple hours later, Leo and Ver touched down on Planet Coral, with the craft shuddering violently upon impact. Shudder. Almost immediately, both Leo and Ver reached for the weapons hidden beneath the folds of their loose clothes, as they prepared to face any unexpected threats should they appear. Thankfully, the White Tiger Union did not double-cross them, as after landing, when the ship's hull did open, there were no soldiers surrounding them, nor any immediate threats that seemed to be out of the ordinary. "You two, slide out from behind this large crate once we begin unloading it." A rough male voice spoke, as Leo and Ver nodded in understanding. It was the same White Tiger Union worker from before who had rudely checked them in, as now he seemed to handle the unloading duties with the same brash attitude. Creak, squeak. As the unloading process began, Other White Tiger Union workers started to move the small parcels first, until they felt like they were not under observation anymore, at which point they started to move the largest crate. Go now. Don't loiter, the unloading officer guided, as Leo and Ver immediately sprung into action, smoothly exiting the craft while moving the cleaning supply trolleys as they made their way onto the Sector 12 military base. Squeak. Screech. Their trolley wheels squeaked faintly as they rolled forward, the cart stacked with a tray of cleaning fluids, disposable gloves, and plastic containers filled with maintenance-grade disinfectants. Everything looked perfectly routine, from the olive-colored uniforms to the posture they held as they pushed forward with slouched backs and downcast eyes. Silence. No alarms were raised, and to their quiet relief, their entry went completely unnoticed. Distant shouting. Rhythmic footsteps thudding. The military base around them bustled with activity, officers shouting orders, soldiers running drills, and transport crafts ferrying equipment across sectors. But no one spared a glance at the janitors. No one questioned their presence as they blended in seamlessly. Step. Step. There was no hesitation in their steps as they weaved through the military base's layout, following the path they had already committed to memory before the mission began. As they walked from the hangar bay area to the central supply room, which was supposed to be the place where they left off their work trolleys after each work shift ended. No matter who passed by them, they did not slow down, nor did they ask for directions as they moved like veteran workers who had walked through this route 100 times before. So far so good, Ver said, as Leo nodded while keeping his head low, as they made their way into the central supply room, where other janitors looked at them with suspicion. You too. I haven't seen you here before, who are you? The lead janitor asked, as it was Leo who stepped ahead first to answer his doubts. Are you sanitation leader Barry? He asked in a calm voice, as Barry nodded while placing his hands on his hips. Yeah, I am, Barry replied, raising an eyebrow, as Leo let out a fake cough. Cough. Well, you should have gotten a notice about our arrival. We have transferred from Zone 11. We've been sent to assist with the clogging issue you reported. Just a 24-hour assignment, in and out. Leo said, as Barry's eyes lightened up at his words. So you're the specialists from Zone 11 renowned for unclogging pipes. We have a massive problem underground. The flow is completely blocked and solving it has proven to be beyond our scope of abilities, which is why we sought expert help. Barry began, as Ver interrupted him by raising a palm. Say no more, he said, looking him squarely in the eye. I have been unclogging pipes for the last 30 years. Back in Zone 11, they call me the Pipe Whisperer. I'm the expert on such stuff, Ver said, as the eyes of the other cleaning workers in the room began to shine at his claim. Barry let out a loud whistle and clapped Ver on the back, completely buying the act. Well damn, I like that confidence, he chuckled. Maybe you boys are exactly what we need. The blockage's been causing chaos for over a week now. Command's been up our asses about the smell leaking into the upper quarters. Leo smiled politely as he adjusted the cleaning trolley, his demeanor casual yet respectful, just enough to lower suspicion without drawing attention. We'll have a look first thing in the morning, he added, speaking like a man who'd said those words 100 times before. Right now, we'd just like to settle in, get our bearings, and maybe grab a map if that's all right with you. Barry waved a hand dismissively. No need. If you're from Zone 11, you know the layout already. The system here's a copy-paste of what you have back at your base. There's honestly nothing different. You'll find your bunks in the back of the sanitation wing, 4th corridor to the right. You can toss your trolleys in the lockup and grab a ration bar from the common shelf if you're hungry. Leo bowed his head gratefully as Ver followed suit, both playing the part of seasoned workers accustomed to being overlooked. Soon, as they made their way deeper into the janitorial wing, the tension in their bodies subtly eased, not because the danger had passed, but because they had officially passed the first threshold. They weren't intruders anymore. They were part of the environment. Just another pair of maintenance grunts who were welcome enough to earn casual nods from passing personnel and ignored enough to listen in on conversations between soldiers without raising suspicion. Over the next hour, They spent their time wandering the cleaning wing with feigned casual interest, as they chatted up the other sanitation staff, asking them casual questions like where to find spare gloves or what time the morning shift started. Ver laughed with a tall worker named Tin who complained about overtime, while Leo lingered near the bulletin board pretending to read the duty roster, as he quietly absorbed every name and schedule pinned to the wall. "So we're starting at 6. Leo confirmed, as one of the workers nodded while stuffing a ration into his mouth. "Yeah, 6 sharp. Barry'll personally take you down to where you need to work. I think he's interested in seeing the pipe whisperers in action." Ver chuckled and gave a proud nod, while Leo flashed a tired smile, the kind of grin only a janitor at the end of his shift would wear. And just like that, the first phase of their infiltration was complete. 514. Leo the Assassin. That same night, Leo's POV. By the time lights began dimming across the base, Leo already knew where Lieutenants Larry and Aaron lived, thanks to the subtle information he'd pieced together during casual chats with the janitorial staff. So when curfew settled in and most personnel retired for the night, he stepped out of his quarters under the pretense of needing a smoke on the terrace, when in truth, he was heading out to kill Larry. Drop. Once on the terrace, Leo slipped out of his loose janitorial robes and into his familiar assassin gear, the fabric settling over him like a second skin. He cast a quiet glance across the sprawling military complex, his form fading from sight as he activated Vanish. In a way, this will be my first real assassination, he thought, fully aware that while he bore the title of assassin, this was the first time he would be putting that identity to the test against a true high-profile target. Every hour spent training at Rodova, every technique Ben drilled into me, it all comes down to moments like this, Leo reminded himself, as he jumped off the 3-story tall building and landed on the ground below without making the slightest of sounds. Rustle. Moving like a whisper through the Zone 12 military base, he kept to the shadows, skirting along dim corridors and blind spots in patrol with calculated precision. His destination lay in the north end of the base, where the offices and living quarters of high-ranking officers were located. For 20 minutes, he evaded the sights of any alert guards, before finally arriving at the outer perimeter of the northern housing district without drawing any attention. "I just hope Ver doesn't screw this up and raise an alarm while I'm in the middle of doing my job," he thought coldly, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the well-lit and heavily secured zone ahead. The two of them were supposed to handle most aspects of the reconnaissance mission together, but when it came to eliminating their targets, that part was strictly solo. They were vastly different fighters, each with a unique skill set that didn't align well for coordinated close-quarters assassination, which made joint execution unwise. The plan that worked for Leo wasn't something Ver felt confident attempting, and the same held true in reverse. In the end, they agreed to act independently, each handling their assassination in the style they knew best. The infiltration ahead won't be easy. I'll need to time the gap between patrols perfectly and use Storm Flash Traverse to reach the top of Larry's apartment, Leo calculated, as he crouched in the shadows near the complex and studied the rhythm of the patrol guards, tracking every step they took, while scanning for gaps to exploit. Click, click, click. A clock began ticking in his mind as he carefully followed the movement patterns of the patrol guards, observing their rotations for 30 minutes straight. It wasn't until the 27th pass that he noticed it, a narrow 12-second window between one guard's turning point and the next's arrival around the corner, which, after careful deliberation, he marked as his best shot. Next time that window arrives in about 5 minutes, I'll make my move, and enter through the second-floor window that's been left open, Leo decided, before quietly resuming his wait, as he kept scanning his surroundings for unexpected threats. Tick, tick, tick. The final seconds passed, and the moment to move arrived. All right, now. The instant the first guard turned, Leo activated Storm Flash Traverse, channeling mana through his legs and core as he vanished from the shadows in a blur of high-speed displacement. Under a second later, he reappeared atop the rooftop, where he landed softly on the balls of his feet without a sound. Jam. In one smooth motion, he unsheathed a dagger from his utility belt and jammed it between two rooftop panels, anchoring it at a downward angle. Then, he quickly proceeded to tie a strong rope to the hilt using a secure hitch knot, before tugging it firmly to test the tension. Seemed solid enough. Sliding down the rope with practiced ease, Leo braced his heels against the wall to control his speed, adjusting his descent as the second-floor window came into reach. Once aligned, he paused for a split second to scan the room and confirm it was empty. Then, with a shift of his weight, he slipped inside like a passing breeze. Yank! Wasting no time, Leo gave the rope a sharp pull, dislodging the dagger from the rooftop as the rig recoiled smoothly into his hand. Quickly tucking both tools into his storage ring, Leo ensured that no ropes dangled behind, leaving no trace of what had just transpired. Tick, tick, tick. The seconds passed, but no alarms rang out. Neither from the outside, nor within the building, as his entry seemed to have gone unnoticed. All right, so far so good, Leo thought, sweat beads beginning to form on his forehead, as he finally began feeling the pressure of executing this mission. A single slip-up could thrust him into a world of troubles, but such was the assassin profession as a whole. Here, there was no margin for error. Time to locate Lieutenant Larry. If my understanding of the layout of this apartment isn't wrong, then he should be in a room on the far end of the ground floor, at the end of a narrow corridor, Leo thought, as he soundlessly made his way down the floors, until his gaze landed on the ground floor corridor, where two soldiers stood guard just outside a narrow passage leading to a single bedroom. Tricky, this is tricky for sure. The guards are only Grandmaster level, and I can kill them easily if I want, but that will raise lots of red flags tomorrow when those two don't report at the end of their shift. I need to find a way to get past them without killing them, and then enter Larry's room without making a sound. Leo thought, as the biggest challenge of this mission now began. 515. A tense process. Inside the apartment, Leo's POV. From behind the thick concrete pillar at the end of the staircase, Leo remained crouched in absolute stillness, his body still cloaked in invisibility thanks to vanish. Just 20 feet ahead, the two Grandmaster guards stood completely alert, as they protected the corridor with unwavering focus. Should I just try to knock them out cold? Leo wondered at first, his mind coming up with strategies to get past them without killing them, but knocking them out did not seem to be the solution either. Knocking them out would leave blunt force trauma microfractures or faint bruising on the neck, small enough to go unnoticed by the average soldier, but not by the seasoned investigators. Which could be a problem for him down the line if discovered. Should I put my trust in vanish and try sneaking past them soundlessly? He wondered next, but soon dismissed it as well. Vanish was potent, but not infallible. If either guard had even a semi-decent perception technique under their belt, his location could be exposed and the entire mission could spiral into chaos. I need to distract them without making my presence obvious. Leo concluded finally, his eyes narrowing as he slowly turned his head, scanning the area behind him for something, anything, he could use. That's when he spotted it. A mana lamp mounted on the far end of the hallway wall, glowing steadily as it pulled regulated power from the switchboard built into the base of the staircase where Leo was hiding. This will work, he thought, as he silently reached for the switchboard, placing his palm gently over the surface as a small pulse of mana surged from his core into the circuit, unbalancing the flow just enough to disrupt the appliance. Whir. Whir. The lamp flickered, dimmed, and brightened again in a stuttering loop, accompanied by a low mechanical hum that gradually began to draw attention. After nearly a minute of persistent flickering, the guards finally reacted. What's up with that lamp? The first one muttered, brow furrowed as he leaned forward slightly. The second sighed, clearly annoyed. These luxury products, man. I'm telling you, they never last. They break down at least twice a year. He stepped away from his post and began walking over. That's it. That's my chance to slip past. Leo thought, as the second the guard reached the edge of the staircase, Leo activated Storm Flash Traverse, compressing mana into his limbs as his body vanished in a high-speed blur. Blitz. He darted between the two men in a clean arc, brushing past in complete silence as one guard glanced at the other, both oblivious to the streak of motion that had just passed between them. Stop. Now at the far end of the corridor, Leo didn't move. He pressed his back against the entry door to Larry's bedroom and waited. Switch off. Switch on. The lamp returned to its steady glow. Just needed a restart, yo, the second guard called out, tapping the switchboard lightly. Guess it hasn't stopped working just yet, his partner replied, as it was during that brief, careless moment, when both guards were talking and slightly turned toward each other, that Leo made his final move. With a single breath, he boldly used the master key that the cult had provided him to open any lock, and used it to slip into Lieutenant Larry's room without making a sound, as the two guards missed the faint opening and closing of the door. Thump, thump. Leo's heart beat out of his chest as he scanned Larry's room upon entry. The first and most obvious thing that worried him was whether or not Larry would wake up by the subtle disturbance of his bedroom door opening and closing. However, the man did not seem to have such refined instincts. Larry kept napping while being completely oblivious to the killer present in his room, as Leo next scanned the surroundings for any unexpected threats. The room itself was dimly lit by a soft amber glow emanating from a mana lamp placed near the far-end desk, while the curtains remained drawn and the windows sealed, as a faint haze of stale cigar smoke hung in the air, mixing with the scent of alcohol and old leather, creating the kind of atmosphere only a high-ranking soldier living alone could tolerate. Stacks of neatly organized files lined the shelf, a pair of combat boots lay beside the bed with one sock still stuck halfway inside, while a regulation-issued uniform was draped carelessly across the armrest of the single chair near the recliner, but none of it mattered to Leo right now, as his focus narrowed solely onto the bed in front of him and the man sleeping atop it. Lieutenant Larry lay on his side, one arm folded under his pillow while the other rested over his torso, his face completely relaxed and his breathing even, as Leo crouched low near the foot of the bed and observed every rise and fall of the man's chest, trying to determine whether he was really in such a deep sleep or just pretending to be in one. He's asleep, and judging by the lack of subtle tension in his muscles, probably for a while now, Leo calculated, as he slowly reached into his belt and retrieved a curved dagger that provided a better lethality than its straighter peer. Clutch. His fingers wrapped around the hilt with steady control, as he stepped in closer while maintaining his balance and brought himself into optimal striking range. He waited, not because he was hesitant, but because he was meticulous, allowing himself 3 more seconds to confirm that the breathing pattern hadn't changed, the mana field in the room remained steady, and no reactive enchantments had been triggered by his presence. Then, without warning, he struck. Slash. One smooth, practiced motion guided his blade along a diagonal arc from beneath the ear to the opposite collarbone, slicing clean through flesh and artery alike, as Leo covered the man's mouth with his left palm at the same time to suppress any final reflexive gasp, while his right hand pulled the dagger free just as swiftly and withdrew before a single drop of blood could splash outward. Larry's eyes twitched open in confusion for the briefest moment, not terror, not pain, just confusion, as his body jerked once under the blanket before going still forever, with not so much as a gurgle escaping his lips. Leo held his breath as he counted to 5 in silence, ensuring the body didn't suddenly react with a delayed jolt, and only once he was satisfied, did he lower the pillow over the man's face to soak the remaining blood. All right, now to get rid of the corpse and the bloody evidence, Leo thought, as he wiped the dagger clean using Larry's nightgown, before sheathing it back, as he wrapped Larry in his own bedsheet before carrying him into the bathroom. His plan to dispose of the body was to slowly dissolve it using corrosive acid of the ancient swamp frog, which he had accumulated in copious quantities from Dumpy. And hence, once he killed Larry, he spent the next 2 hours meticulously getting rid of any evidence that suggested he had died, before stealing a few sets of his clothes and boots, and escaping out of the ground floor window, with his assassination mission now complete. 516. The Pipe Whisperer. Cleaner's Quarters, Rooftop. 5:07 a.m. Leo returned to the top of the janitorial quarters building, his boots landing softly against the cold concrete rooftop as he adjusted his breathing and peeled away the weight of the last 4 hours from his expression. Yet before he could even let out a sigh, a familiar voice cut through the early morning haze. "You're bloody slow, cuz. I've been waiting for you for 15 minutes now. Almost made me wonder if I should come back or whether you'd messed up," Ver said, his voice low but teasing, as he stood there in full janitor gear with arms folded, the faintest smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Leo couldn't help but chuckle, relief creeping in at the sight of his cousin alive and composed, as that probably meant that his mission went well. "Nod." He gave Ver a brief nod before slipping out of his assassin robes and into the janitor clothes he'd stashed behind the water tank earlier, the fabric still carrying the faint scent of detergent and rusted pipes, a sharp contrast to the stench of blood that currently clung to his skin. "Want a smoke?" he offered, pulling a cigarette from the inner lining of his coat pocket and tossing it Ver's way. Ver caught it reflexively but frowned, waving the stick slightly in disapproval. "No. I don't like the smell." Leo shrugged as he lit his own, the tip flaring orange in the low light, casting a brief glow over his face as he took a slow drag and exhaled to the side, watching the smoke drift over the edge of the rooftop. "Well, you have to smell like it," he muttered, his tone dry, "otherwise someone might wonder what you were doing on the terrace at 5 in the morning. Better to smell like a stressed janitor than risk questions we can't afford to answer." With visible reluctance, Ver lifted the cigarette to his lips and lit it up before inhaling, only to cough instantly, loud and pathetic, like someone who'd never smoked in his life. Wheeze. Cough. Leo arched an eyebrow and tried not to laugh. "Yeah, that's what I thought, mister. I've been here 15 minutes before you. Still a lot that life hasn't taught you, huh?" He clapped back before taking another puff, only to barely manage suppressing a coughing spree of his own. "Geez. That was close, nearly blew my cool act. I don't know how Charles does this every day," Leo thought, his throat already burning, as he forced himself to finish the cigarette just for the sake of appearances. Once done, he crushed the stub beneath his foot, checking his watch as he gave one last glance across the still sleeping base. The time was 5:15 a.m., which meant the janitorial staff would be waking up in another 15 minutes, with their official duties beginning at 6 o'clock sharp. Everything had lined up perfectly, and from here onwards the plan ahead was real simple. He and Ver would descend with the supervisor as part of the drainage inspection crew and solve the drainage issue by 7:30, or at least claim to have it fixed, before slipping away and transforming into Lieutenants Larry and Aaron, who would be expected to report for the 8 a.m. officers' morning inspection round without raising any suspicion. Ideally, they had to do a good job in the tight 1.5-hour window to solve the drainage issue, but even if they did not, they could just claim that it was unclogged, and the officer in charge would probably not figure out if that was the case or not until a few hours later, by which point they would be officially off the planet. At 6 a.m. sharp, Barry the supervisor began leading Leo and Ver down the underground maintenance tunnels toward the section of the drainage network that had been giving the staff the most grief, his footsteps echoing against the moss-slicked concrete as the dim light from his handheld torch barely illuminated the rusted pipes running along the narrow path. "We assume that the clog is about 20 meters wide. It sounds pretty jammed up here," he said, tapping a steel bar experimentally against the side of the pipe. Ting. Ting. The sound echoed clearly, sharp and metallic, until they walked a few meters further and he struck again. Tang. Tang. A duller, thicker tone rang out this time, as Barry gave a grim nod. "We've tried every conventional method to unclog it, but nothing works. The pressure's just not." "Shush," Ver said, suddenly lifting one finger and crouching beside the pipe with an intensity that made Barry stop mid-sentence. He placed both palms gently over the rusted surface, rubbing slow circles across the grime-coated metal as if caressing a lover after a long time apart, and then tilted his head to the side, pressing his ear flat against the pipe like a man trying to hear the ocean inside a seashell. Barry blinked twice. What's he doing?" Leo turned and gave the supervisor a pointed glare. "Did he not tell you to shut up? The pipe whisperer is working his magic. Just wait and see." Ver remained motionless for a long moment, breathing deeply, as he tapped once with his knuckle, then again, before finally lifting his head. "There's a cavity up ahead, roughly 17 meters from here. It's holding sludge because of a thick crust of hardened sediment along the inner curvature, he said with the solemn tone of a man describing divine revelation. Barry stared in disbelief. And how do you know that? He asked, as Ver looked disappointedly down towards the floor. It's a sad story to explain how I got my powers. I'm sure you don't want to waste your time hearing about how an orphan raised on the streets learned about listening to pipes for entertainment growing up. So let's just cut to the part where we solve your problem and be on our way. Ver replied, as Barry turned teary-eyed at his words. So your great powers, they came with such a tragic past. He muttered, barely holding back tears, as both Leo and Ver gave him a shoulder pat, before brushing past as they got to work. 517. Transformation. Underground maintenance tunnel, 6:08 a.m. Barry stood a few feet back with wide, hopeful eyes as Ver leaned against the rusted pipe, his cheek pressed flat to the cold metal while both palms caressed it in slow, reverent circles. Tang, tang. He tapped gently, paused, then tapped again, as if the pipe might whisper a secret back into his ear if only he listened hard enough. After a full minute of theatrical diagnostics, Ver finally stepped back with a grim expression and rubbed his chin like a man on the edge of a difficult decision. I might need to cause a controlled explosion inside the pipe if manual efforts fail, he declared solemnly. Fetch me some gunpowder. Barry's jaw dropped. Gunpowder. Ver nodded seriously. Not a lot. Just enough to rattle the sediment loose without shattering the flow valve. Without waiting for further explanation, Barry spun on his heel and ran off to fetch whatever loose gunpowder he could find, or report the request to someone higher up who could grant him some. Step, step. The moment his footsteps faded into the distance, Ver rolled his eyes and turned to Leo. So, are we actually fixing this or just pretending well enough to get the pass? Leo crouched down beside the fat pipe and flicked the old pressure gauge, watching the needle twitch once. Well, we have some time, so let's first try to give it a decent go. If we can't solve it then yeah, we'll pretend. Fair, Ver said, pulling out the wrench from his belt. Drainage is blocked around 17 meters down. I wasn't making that up. I have excellent hearing and I can actually make that out. Leo pulled a flexible auger from his pouch and showed the tool to Ver. Think this'll break the crust? He asked, as Ver shrugged his shoulders in response. Let's find out. Crank. Together, they opened the inspection hatch, and almost immediately, the foul stench that rolled out nearly knocked them both over, but Leo gritted his teeth and fed the auger and as Ver steadied the crank and rotated slowly. Easy. Keep tension tight. Let it chew through. The wire slid in steadily until it hit solid resistance. 15 meters in. Keep going. That's the crust. Hard. It's too hard. You're a grandmaster and I'm a transcendent, dammit. We can do this if we push. The two discussed, as suddenly, under their intense force, the pipe gave way with a wet pop. Schlick. A burp of sludge sprayed the tunnel floor. Pressure broke, Leo noted calmly, tightening the coil and turning again. Side buildup should crack next. Almost there. As the sludge started trickling out from the lower vents, Leo placed his ear against the pipe and heard the water flowing again. Gurgle, gurgle. Flows stabilizing. Not perfect, but passable. Should clear itself over time. He said, as Ver chuckled in response. Not bad for two fake janitors, Ver said with a smug grin as he wiped his gloves. They tossed in some degreaser to hide the deeper muck, sealed the hatch, and marked the job as complete on Barry's log sheet. When Barry returned a few minutes later, he found them sitting casually on the floor, looking mildly exhausted. Wait, what happened? He asked. Ver exhaled dramatically. Turns out we didn't need to blow anything up. Solved it without resorting to extreme measures. Barry blinked and stepped forward, tapping the pipe with the same steel bar from earlier. Ting, ting. The sound rang clean and hollow. Wait a second, oh my god. You guys actually fixed it. And in under 30 minutes. Leo and Ver both stood up, dusting their pants off like it was just another Monday. That's what we do, Leo said with a faint grin as he walked past. Pipe whisperer strikes again, Ver added, clapping Barry on the shoulder. We'll take a quick shower and be on our way." And just like that, they left the stunned supervisor alone in the tunnel, still tapping the pipe in disbelief. Oh my god. So the legend really was true, these two are really as good as the Zone 11 supervisor claimed. Barry muttered in disbelief, as he clapped his hands and let out a hearty laugh. With the drainage problem solved, Leo and Ver rushed out of the underground tunnels, moving swiftly through the side exits as they darted down a narrow, dimly lit corridor that reeked of chemical solvents and moldy insulation, their boots splashing through shallow puddles as they made their way toward the nearest maintenance checkpoint where they could get some privacy and change. Without a word, both men stripped out of their sludge-soaked janitor uniforms, each piece of clothing peeled off with mild disgust as the fabric clung to their skin, damp with a mixture of sweat and pipe residue, before being stuffed into their respective storage rings. They barely paused to catch their breath as they closed their eyes and activated Shapeshift, the skill flaring to life in a quiet surge of mana that twisted their features and restructured their frames in under 60 seconds. Once the process ended, it was no longer two middle-aged maintenance men who stood in the shadow of the pipes, but two crisp, clean-cut officers, Lieutenant Larry and Lieutenant Aaron, each dressed in fully pressed coats, polished leather boots, and collared uniforms that gave off an unmistakable aura of command, even if the faint remnants of sewer stink still clung faintly to their hair and collars. Leo took a quick glance at his watch, brushing a loose strand of transformed hair back into place as he adjusted the belt around his waist. It's only 6:45. Where are we supposed to be at this point? Ver asked beside him, as he straightened the lapels of his coat and wiped some lingering condensation off his brow. Breakfast hour starts at 7 o'clock, Leo replied, pointing toward the west wing of the base as the early sunlight finally began peeking through the alley windows. Both Aaron and Larry have been spotted in the officers' mess for morning meals. It's our best move. Ver gave a sharp nod as they stepped into the open, their posture tall and unhurried, as they moved past the training yard where dozens of soldiers were running early drills, many of whom snapped to attention and saluted without hesitation as the two disguised assassins walked by without even glancing back. 518. An interesting conversation. Righteous Faction, Officers' Mess Hall. 7:01 a.m. The scent of eggs, toasted bread, and overly boiled lentils filled the wide mess hall as Leo and Ver strode in with the posture of men who belonged there, their boots polished to perfection and their shoulders squared just enough to project command without arrogance, as their footsteps echoed softly against the clean stone tiles beneath. They didn't look around nervously or hesitate near the entrance like guests would, instead navigating the hall with the casual certainty of officers who had done this routine countless times, nodding to a few familiar faces that they had memorized during mission briefing and returning salutes without a hint of discomfort, as they moved toward the long rectangular table reserved exclusively for base lieutenants. Ver adjusted the cuffs on his uniform just as Leo slid into his usual spot, right side, second chair from the head of the table, cutting into the slightly rubbery-looking ham steak on his plate without so much as glancing at the officers across him. However, sitting just beside him, a dark-haired lieutenant with a thick mustache scrunched up his nose. "Gosh, Larry," he muttered, leaning back a little. "You smell like a rat took a shit in your hair. And not a small rat either," another added from the left. "Maybe a pregnant one, who somehow also took a dump in Aaron's hair. What have you two been rolling around in?" All eyes turned towards Leo and Ver, but Leo didn't flinch at all under the scrutiny. He simply raised his fork and knife with the sort of elegant precision that would have made Amanda proud, sliced a neat piece of egg, and replied with complete nonchalance, "The two of us visited the maintenance workers' office this morning, to do something about the foul-smelling sink problem that's been giving everyone grief." He paused only to chew once before continuing, "We met with the cleaning supervisor, Barry. Told him the issue needs to be fixed today or he will be in trouble, and I guess a bit of his scent lingered." Ver, already buttering a hard roll with casual ease, nodded along. "Should be solved before noon. We made sure of it." The others at the table visibly perked up at that, two of them giving half-hearted claps, another raising his cup in mock salute. "Well, damn. That's the best news I've heard this month. I hated walking into the bathroom each morning and smelling like rotten eggs," said a tall woman with sharp cheekbones and slicked back copper hair. Only thing that comes close is the rumor that the evil cult's newest dragon is already dead, as those are the only two pieces of good news I've heard recently. There was a half-second pause as both Leo and Ver momentarily locked eyes, with Leo begging Ver to hold it in and not react. "Don't show anything," Leo said through his eyes, before breaking the silence slowly as he raised his cup towards his lips. "I wouldn't count on that," he said, his tone grounded and steady. "The cult dragons are a lot of things, but weak isn't one of them." A few nods followed, murmurs of agreement rippling across the table, as the copper-haired woman, who they knew to be Claire from their mission report, apparently rolled her eyes and spoke between mouthfuls. "Oh come on. You guys don't get it. Dupravel killed Noah. The previous dragon. The one even the universal government labeled a genius amongst geniuses. And the serpent crushed him. So what makes you think he couldn't do the same to this new one? Aegon, or whatever." Another officer chuckled. "Here we go again with the Dupravel did it theory. Let it go, Claire." Claire scoffed. "I'm serious. If Dupravel failed, the cult would be shouting it from the rooftops, showing proof of Aegon's power to silence morale damage. But they haven't. They've been eerily quiet. Their new dragon hasn't made a single public appearance as of late, has he?" Leo stabbed his sausage slowly, spinning it on his fork as he let out a soft, calculated hum. "Or maybe they don't feel the need to answer every rumor the media throws around," he replied, voice calm, firm, and just skeptical enough to stay in character. "The cult manipulates information, sure, but so do we." Claire shrugged, not entirely convinced. "Still, doesn't sit right. I'm telling you, something happened that day. Something big." Across the table, Ver took a sip of water and cleared his throat. "Whatever happened, it doesn't change anything for us. If Aegon's alive, he'll show up eventually. And if he's dead, then we'll celebrate properly when we get confirmation. Either way, it's not our job to speculate." A silence followed, brief and weighty, before the conversation drifted to other topics such as recent deployments, patrol shifts, and the arrival of a new major next week. Leo remained composed, his gaze flicking occasionally between the officers and what they were speaking, as he noted everything from their body language to their tone. Nobody seemed to suspect anything wrong with him or Ver, as they seemed to have infiltrated the enemy ranks without raising a single flag. The cult might be incompetent in a lot of aspects, but this shapeshift technique is the real deal. If I can sit here amongst some of the best soldiers on an enemy base and somehow still manage to evade suspicion about my real identity, then this really might be the best disguise in the universe. Leo concluded, as he felt a faint desire to learn the other cult secret skills soon. At 8 a.m. sharp, Leo began with his morning rounds as a lieutenant, as he began gathering information on the current base logistics, troop deployments, and any unresolved disciplinary reports that had stacked up under Lieutenant Larry's purview. His boots echoed crisply across the eastern barrack corridor as he moved with measured confidence, a tablet in one hand and a pen in the other, nodding to guards and scribes who stood to attention the moment they saw him approach. He signed off requisition slips for ammo restocks and approved a scheduled maintenance delay for one of the outer perimeter towers, casually flipping through files as if he'd been doing this routine for years instead of mere minutes. "Lieutenant," one soldier stammered as he approached, holding a file out with two hands. "The drill rosters for the week, as per Captain Elric's request." Leo accepted it without breaking stride, glancing through the columns as his mind silently cross-referenced troop numbers with the data he'd memorized before coming on this mission. "Add a half-hour endurance circuit on Wednesday morning," he said, handing it back. "Too many reports of fatigue spikes during long patrols. Let's address it early." The soldier saluted as Leo walked off, maintaining a pace that commanded attention, never once letting the faint sewer stench on his collar betray his composure. By all appearances, Lieutenant Larry was on morning field duty as usual, looking sharp, efficient, and just like his usual disciplined self, with his stride firm, his tone crisp and his authority unquestioned. As no one suspected a thing otherwise. 519, Information Gathering. Righteous Faction, Zone 12 Military Base. 2 days later. Over the next 48 hours, Leo and Ver operated like specters in uniform, drifting seamlessly through the heart of enemy command as they immersed themselves in the everyday rhythm of military life, speaking the language, executing the routines, and absorbing information with a quiet intensity that never once betrayed their true allegiance. Leo stuck close to the officers, attending every field inspection, every patrol audit, and every mid-level strategy meeting that Larry was expected to show up for, using the silence between orders to review files, skim through troop breakdowns, and subtly quiz junior personnel on which sectors they were most afraid of being stationed in. From idle gossip to technical manuals, every interaction was a breadcrumb, and by the end of the second day, he had already compiled a mental blueprint of the entire base structure, right down to the shift rotations and the frequency of air surveillance cycles. Meanwhile, Ver had taken a more fluid route, assuming the laid-back persona of Lieutenant Aaron while slyly inserting himself into off-duty poker nights and smoke breaks where pilots and gunners loosened their tongues. He cracked jokes, bought cheap cigars, and slowly worked his way into conversations that spilled secrets through laughter, all the while taking mental notes. Sometimes he deliberately asked dumb questions to confirm smart suspicions, as he pretended to misunderstand something just enough to prompt others to correct him with more detail than they should have shared. By the end of the second day, they had a working list of nearly everything that mattered. The warrior composition of this particular base consisted of 76,000 master-level troops, around 2,000 grandmasters, and 20 transcendent-level warriors. It was the smallest zonal posting by size, and the other zones had anywhere between 1.5 to 2 times that number of men. 22 mana cannons were stationed along the south and west ridges, each powerful enough to shoot down a destroyer-class ship. 4 automatic anti-aircraft turrets guarded the skies alongside 2 manually operated long-range missile systems. In addition, there were a total of 32 frigate-class ships and 1 destroyer stationed at the base, patrolling the skies in rotating shifts. That made up the core defensive structure of the base, and the tower that controlled it all was referred to as the Central Command Tower. The Central Command Tower stood at the heart of the base, acting as the nerve center responsible for feeding real-time intel to flight pilots regarding enemy movements, and was protected under several layers of miniature anti-bombing enchantments. Blowing up the Central Command Tower would be critical to rendering both the anti-aircraft missile grid and the fighter jets above largely ineffective, which was something Leo made a specific note of as he began outlining potential strike points. Finally, and perhaps most importantly, Leo managed to locate one of the planet's many mana shield cores, a massive, tower-like pillar buried beneath the eastern half of the base, tucked behind a reinforced gate labeled high-voltage cooling chamber, authorized personnel only. It wasn't marked as a mana core on any map, nor was it labeled in any official documentation, but the signs were far too obvious to miss. Highly skilled technicians visited the structure regularly, always under high-level military supervision, and dozens of hovercrafts carrying specially processed mana stones were delivered inside each month for restocking. These were the unmistakable hallmarks of a mana shield core, but accessing the interior was anything but simple. While Leo technically had clearance to accompany an engineer into the facility on certain assigned days, the mission only permitted him to oversee maintenance work on the above-ground circuitry, with the lower floors beneath strictly off-limits. Only the Major held the authority to descend into the lower chambers, and nobody else on base seemed to know what truly happened below. However, what surprised Leo even more was that this was not a unique feature of the Zone 12 military base, as according to the intel he gathered, one such building existed on every zonal military base across the planet. 12 bases, but our reports say there may only be 6 or 7 active cores to cover a planet, which means the remaining 5 are dummies, Leo concluded, realizing that the righteous faction's defense planners were far from careless. Although they operated a multi-core system, they understood perfectly how to protect their assets, and Leo could already feel a headache beginning to brew as he tried to imagine how he would possibly find a way to confirm which ones were fakes and which were the real cores. Officers' quarters. Larry's room, 10:27 p.m. On this particular night, Leo and Ver had decided to meet in Leo's apartment to sit and discuss their findings for the day and their plans for tomorrow. This wasn't unusual for the duo, who were known to share a drink and a cigar often. "I'm scheduled to submit Aaron's monthly report to the major tomorrow," Ver said while unbuttoning the top of his shirt, his tone casual, though Leo could tell he'd been thinking it over for some time. "Figured I'd do more than just nod and hand over papers." Leo glanced up, curious. "I'm planning to pitch a cross-zonal drill. Say something about how peace has made the soldiers complacent, how we need simulated warfare to keep their edge sharp." Leo leaned back in his chair. "You're trying to gauge the major's stance on a real war." "Exactly," Ver nodded. "If he shuts it down, maybe he's passive, stuck in the comfort of peacetime. But if he bites too quickly, or starts talking strategy, then we know he's been anticipating conflict all along. And depending on his reaction," Leo said, catching on, "you'll tell me how I should approach him when it's my turn to meet him." Ver smirked. "You've got it. Better I test the waters tomorrow, and you walk in with a proper strategy 2 days later when it's your turn to submit the report." Leo closed the file in his hand, letting out a soft breath. "Just don't say anything suspicious that would blow your cover, and make sure to treat him with the respect of a superior officer." Quote, "I know," Ver said, already lying back, hands behind his head. "Don't worry, cousin. I've been a master of disguise since before you grew your first dagger callus." Leo didn't laugh, but the corner of his mouth did twitch, as he rolled his eyes and ignored the barb for now. 520, Responsibility. Next day, Zone 12 Military Base, Central Command Office, 10:02 a.m. Ver stood outside the major's office, clipboard in hand, posture relaxed but not careless, as the guards beside the doorway barely glanced his way before opening the heavy metallic door and waving him in. The room was sparse, utilitarian, yet clean and orderly, just like its occupant. Major Halston looked up from his desk, eyes sharp behind thin-rimmed glasses, as he flipped a page on the report he was reading. "Lieutenant Aaron," he said, gesturing to the chair across from him without breaking rhythm. "Please submit your monthly report." Ver stepped forward with practiced ease, handing over the necessary paperwork before taking his seat, letting a brief silence stretch as the major skimmed through the top sheet. Turn. Once the rustle of pages slowed, Ver cleared his throat. "Sir, there is a request I would like to make, should you permit it." "Oh, what?" "I'd like to propose something outside the usual routine. Something to invigorate the troops." Halston raised an eyebrow but said nothing, prompting Ver to continue. "It's been over 3 decades since the last full-scale war, and while peace is welcome, it tends to soften the edges of our readiness. I believe a joint interzonal drill between Zone 12 and Zone 11 would be a timely measure to evaluate our actual preparedness." The major exhaled through his nose, setting the report aside as he leaned back in his chair. "You think we're growing lax? I think it's better to know that we're sharp than assume it," Ver replied smoothly. "Especially with the cult's dragon being targeted recently. If retaliation does come, I'd rather we weren't caught sleeping." Halston was quiet for a moment, fingers steepled in thought. "The cult won't move so soon. Their pride's been wounded. I doubt they'll strike back hastily. Also, according to our spies within the cult, the current Dragon's army has barely had 6 weeks of basic combat training. They are by no means ready for a war," he said at last, voice even, eyes narrowing slightly. "Still, your point stands." He tapped the report once before nodding. "Go ahead. Coordinate with Zone 11, pick a date, draft the outline, and loop in the other lieutenants. Let's shake the dust off the edges while we still have the luxury of time." "Yes, sir," Ver said with a respectful nod, before turning on his heel to leave. But just as he reached for the door, the major's voice cut through the quiet once more. "Lieutenant, what's your understanding on when the cult may strike?" Ver paused, his hand still on the door handle, as his expression remained composed while his mind took an extra beat to respond. "I don't know, sir. I'm not very good at predicting the future," he said, glancing back over his shoulder. "But I'd prefer that we be ready for whenever that day comes." The major let out a quiet hum, the barest flicker of a smile tugging at the edge of his lips. "You're right, Lieutenant. I appreciate you taking this initiative. I'll make sure it's reflected in your annual report." He returned to his files, flipping one open before adding, almost offhandedly, "Also, don't worry too much about us being unprepared. We've learned a lot from our mistakes over the last 3 decades." His gaze lifted, steady and unblinking. "So the next time a cult army tries to invade our planet, they'll be met with a big surprise." Ver's eyes widened for a split second, but he quickly masked the reaction beneath a crisp salute. "Understood, sir." And without another word, he stepped out, closing the door gently behind him. Ver walked back from the major's office with his head hung low, as he brooded over the important points that he had uncovered in his conversation. 2 things had become unmistakably clear to him now. Firstly, there were spies within the cult's ranks that were fairly well informed and active. Although it was hard to say as to how deep they had infiltrated the cult ranks, but it was at least up till the middle level, where the righteous faction did not need to rely on long-range scanners or intercepted broadcasts to gather intel anymore, because the very moment any large-scale movement was announced to the troops, the news was sure to reach enemy ears almost instantly. Once the cult mobilized its soldiers, once the attack on Planet Coral was declared openly, even in the name of preparation or training, someone would talk. And the righteous faction would hear it, and the 2 in a real-time window, after which preparations to counter that threat would begin. Secondly, and perhaps more concerningly, the major's closing statement bothered him. The confidence that the major seemed to have in a hidden ace that was supposedly developed after learning from past mistakes, was something that bothered Ver, as such unknown variables were always the most tricky to handle. "We need to find out what is the source of the major's confidence," Ver thought, his fingers tightening against the edge of his report, as his pace slowed. "If I walk into Planet Coral with an army of half-trained soldiers, I at least need to have certainty in strategy, or I'll just lead my men to slaughter." Ver realized, as after weeks of struggling with his identity, Ver had finally begun to accept his role as Dragon and the responsibility that came with it. It was exactly as Leo had told him. In the end, this was his war. The Dragon's army wasn't fighting for the cult's elders or its doctrine. They were fighting for him. And if they were willing to follow him into battle, willing to bleed and die on a foreign planet under foreign skies, then the least he could do was ensure that they were walking into conditions that favored their survival. "I'll speak to cousin. He's always seen 5 moves ahead, even when I couldn't see one. If there's a way forward, he'll find it." Chapter 521, Ben's New Body. Planet Vorthas, Skyshard Mansion, Amanda's workshop. Whir. Hiss. The soft hiss of the soldering wand filled Amanda's workshop, accompanied by the occasional crackle of melting alloy as she leaned in, her fingers steady despite the heat licking at her gloves. Spark. A final spark flared at the edge of the circuit as she fused the last cluster of fiber-threaded wires into Ben's new spinal port, sealing the nerve frame slot with a snap of magnetic pressure. "It's done," she muttered, her voice carrying a rare breath of satisfaction as she pulled the welding goggles off her head and pushed a few strands of sweat-matted hair away from her forehead. "Wow, I definitely created a masterpiece," she said proudly, and although her cheeks were streaked with soot, her eyes sparkled with the pride of making a perfect machine. Before her stood Ben's new robo-body, sleek, silent, and unmistakably superior to the current piece of junk he was stuck in. The plating was gunmetal gray for now, bare and uncovered, but the frame itself was flawless. There were no unnecessary seams, no sharp edges, no weak spots, just clean contours and reinforced joints engineered to hold its original form under pressure and move without a whisper. "Just need to put on the cosmetic skin now, order a new hair wig, and I can probably upload Ben's mind into this new frame by tomorrow," she said aloud, her voice lighter now, as though some massive burden had finally lifted from her shoulders. She had promised Ben a new body weeks ago, but it had taken far longer than expected to come up with a design she was truly proud of. And even longer still to turn that design into reality. "I hope this makes Ben smile again," she said with hope, as she began bending and testing all joints, inspecting them to make sure that they moved without making the slightest of sound. "Yup, it's all as expected," she murmured with a smile, her thoughts drifting back to all the times over the past few months when Ben walked around the house like a depressed old man. Ben, at his core, was a lethal assassin, and being trapped in an inferior robot body that squeaked and rattled every time he moved had begun to wear him down. He never voiced it aloud, but everyone in the house could see it. He was struggling. That was why Amanda had thrown herself into this project with everything she had, desperate to finish it as quickly as possible. This new body of his had been designed from the ground up with stealth and survivability in mind, with Amanda going above and beyond to ensure that it had the highest degree of silence she could engineer into a robotic frame. Every joint was fitted with vibration-dampening sheaths, inspired by the hushed recoil chambers used in sniper rigs, and layered with sound-dampening runes to eliminate even the slightest residue noise. But she hadn't stopped at just stealth. She had also added some upgrades that Ben would definitely appreciate. 1. A custom mana core and circuit architecture, based loosely on Leo's mana heart. While it couldn't draw ambient mana directly from the surroundings, it allowed Ben to channel high-grade mana crystal energy with remarkable efficiency, enabling him to cast stable and powerful spells. 2. A retractable forearm blade that was compact, razor-sharp, and chemically treated for poison delivery. It was fast to deploy, faster to retract, and deadly enough to restore his old assassin edge in battle. 3. Thruster ports in both palms and heels, fitted with hovercraft-grade mini-turbines. Although not capable of sustained flight, they allowed him to glide over obstacles, leap over rooftops, and fly short distances. Which was enough for mobility in fast-paced combat. 4. A full consciousness backup uplink. Amanda had designed a secure cloud-based fail-safe that would upload Ben's consciousness if his body were ever beyond repair. As long as he triggered it in time, she could always rebuild him and bring him back, essentially making him immortal. Sigh. Amanda exhaled, stepping back at last as she finally allowed herself to admire the work not as an engineer but as someone who simply refused to let a person she cared about become obsolete. "You're going to love this, Ben," she whispered, placing her palm lightly over the chest plate. "As soon as you wake up in this new body, I promise, you'll start feeling like yourself again. And finally, with this project behind me, I can focus on the job Leo asked me to do." Meanwhile, outside in the garden. Crunch, crunch. The soft crunch of gravel echoed beneath worn rubber crutch tips, as Luke slowly made his way around the edge of the garden path, flanked closely by Alia, who walked silently beside him, her hands occasionally reaching out to steady his arm. His shirt clung lightly to his back, already damp with sweat, as his breath came in short, measured gasps. The sun was barely past the horizon, casting weak light across the morning sky, yet Luke looked like he had just finished a 10-mile run. "One round," he muttered, his voice half triumphant, half exhausted. "That's a new personal best." Alia smiled through it, but her eyes betrayed her. There was pride in them, yes, but also a silent ache. Watching the man she loved reduced to walking with crutches, fighting for every step like it was a battle, made something in her chest clench painfully. And when she turned her head to hide the single tear that rolled down her cheek, Luke noticed. "Don't cry, my love," he said gently, pausing his stride to reach out and tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. "The doctor said I'll be back to my peak strength in 3 to 6 months. His fingers rested lightly on her cheek as he added, "Trust the recovery process." Alia looked up, forcing a smile as she nodded and wiped her tears. "Yep, you'll be back to your best in no time." She wrapped her arms around his side with delicate care, mindful of the bruises that still lingered across his ribs, and rested her head against his shoulder for a moment before they continued on, side by side, step by step, into the slow but certain rhythm of healing. "Once you're back to your best, I'll make sure that the Red Army pays for this. This pain, I won't let it go unpunished." Alia silently vowed at this moment, as although she did not intend to leave Luke's side while he was recovering, she did intend to launch a counter-operation once he was all healed up in a few months' time. Chapter 522, Separate Goals. Planet Coral, Lieutenant Aaron's quarters, 10:04 p.m. On this particular day, Leo and Ver had decided to convene in Aaron's quarters for the night, just to shift the routine day to day. Ver was the first to speak, as he recounted in detail his earlier conversation with the Major, relaying both the words that were exchanged and the subtle undertones that accompanied them. He painted a clear picture of a man who was both measured and unshaken, someone who spoke of the cult not with fear, but with a sense of settled confidence, one that Ver found unnerving. What spooked me the most, was how he said the righteous faction had learned from their past mistakes in fighting the cult, Ver muttered, his jaw tightening as his fingers curled into a light fist against his knee. He seemed almost too sure of himself, like he already knows exactly how to crush us if we make a move. Leo sat back in his chair, resting an elbow on the armrest as he rubbed his chin, his expression unreadable. But unlike his cousin, Leo didn't seem particularly rattled. Look, he began calmly, his tone thoughtful but steady, if you have a hunch, then follow it through. Dig until you find the reason behind their confidence, because understanding your opponent is always important. He paused for a moment before continuing. But don't let that one unknown factor consume all your focus either. We already have more than enough on our plate. Our main goals are clear. We need to figure out how to disable their mana shield core to open an entry point for our ships, and we need to know if they have any allied forces stationed nearby who'll respond to a distress signal. He leaned forward now, more serious. Those two variables will decide the pace of the war. How fast we can hit them, how long we can hold the advantage, and ultimately, how many lives we'll lose in the process. Leo let that linger for a breath before finishing. If there's another hidden threat beyond those two, some hidden ace up their sleeve, then sure, we shall prepare for it. But there will always be such unknowns in war. And it's simply not possible to always plan for everything. At some point, you just have to trust the plan and take the leap. Ver's eyes narrowed slightly as he shook his head. But this isn't just any variable, we're talking about the lives of tens of thousands here, people who are following me. They trust me to lead them, to protect them. I'm their dragon, and I won't let my own negligence in reconnaissance be the reason they die. His voice didn't rise, but the intensity behind it was unmistakable. There was fire in his words now, conviction in his stance, and Leo's gaze sharpened as he watched his cousin speak with such unflinching resolve. Oh, Leo mused silently, caught a bit off guard. This was the first time Ver had truly embraced the role he'd been given, not out of duty, but out of personal ownership. So he's finally stepping into the mantle of the dragon Leo thought, lips tightening slightly as he nodded, a deep sigh slipping past. Sigh. All right then, he said at last, his voice lower now. We divide the workload going forward. I'll focus on breaching the mana shield and uncovering their reinforcement protocols. You dig into this hidden ace, and more importantly, start running recon on the planetary commander. He paused. According to my research today, there is a commander from the Sioux family on this planet, located in Zone 1, that is the only Monarch-level fighter that they have here. My hunch says that he might just be the root of their confidence. Ver's shoulders eased slightly as he gave a firm nod. Thank you, cousin. Truly. In the end, you're the only one I can count on. I know that this increases your burden of reconnaissance greatly, but I'm sure you'll pull through. Leo didn't respond right away, but his expression softened just a little as he glanced toward the window, where the cold starlight of coral sky seeped faintly through the transparent glass. We're in this together, he said quietly. Always have been. From the next morning onwards, Leo and Ver began operating on completely different tangents, each devoting themselves fully to their designated half of the mission, as they stopped briefing one another on minor progress and instead chose to reconvene only when something critical surfaced. Leo, as always, preferred to work from the shadows. He used Larry's clearance to quietly insert himself into various command briefings across multiple divisions, never asking direct questions but instead listening, observing and piecing together the subtleties behind the base's operations. He paid attention to things that most would ignore, such as where exactly did the trucks that brought mana crystals into the shield facility came from. and whether or not they carried any waste materials back out or not. He also leaned into his habits as an assassin, finding blind spots in surveillance networks and identifying junior officers who could be manipulated, bribed, or casually cornered for information without ever realizing they'd given something away. Every late-night stroll, every offhand comment in the mess hall, every seemingly trivial conversation became a tool in Leo's arsenal, as he strategically probed the base for structural weaknesses. There, on the other hand, approached things like a commander preparing for war. He spent his days poring over rank lists and request logs, compiling the names of senior officers stationed on Coral, especially those who had previously worked on off-log missions. He requested troop inspection rights under the pretext of morale and discipline checks, using these visits to quietly assess which units were given special treatment, unusual gear, or secret briefings. His questions were sharper, more pointed than Leo's, and often asked in plain daylight, but never so direct that they raised alarm. And so, with quiet intensity, the two cousins began digging toward the truths they needed, each in their own way slowly closing in on their particular goals. Chapter 523, A Workable Plan. Over the next couple of days, Leo began to piece together several key details about the Mana Shield building located within the Zone 12 military base. He had spent days racking his brain, trying to identify a viable way to destroy the shield core, but the breakthrough he so desperately sought did not come from studying schematics or fishing for information amongst colleagues, but rather from understanding the logistics behind refueling the depleted core crystals. He had already taken note of certain trucks allowed to pass freely through the restricted gates, quietly memorizing their registration numbers and patterns of movement over the past few days. So when he spotted one of those trucks approaching the inner gates this morning, he raised a hand and signaled it to halt. The driver slowed to a confused stop, unsure of whether he had made a mistake, when Leo approached with a stern expression and spoke with authority. "I haven't seen you before. Are you a new driver? That's a restricted sector you're headed into. Do you even have clearance? Step out and open the back. I need to inspect your cargo." His tone left little room for debate, and before the nervous soldier could offer an excuse, Leo flashed his badge and invoked his rank as lieutenant. Once the back of the truck was opened, Leo climbed up and scanned the contents, eyes narrowing slightly as he took in the neatly stacked containers. Each container was fully packed with high-grade mana crystals, all precision cut into pointy diamond shapes. Blue Stock Processing Company. The label on the crates caught his attention immediately. He didn't linger long. After a quick but thorough inspection, Leo hopped back down and gave the driver a curt nod. "Everything checks out. Seems like the intel report we received was inaccurate. My apologies for the delay, soldier. You're clear to proceed." With that, he offered a sharp salute and waved the truck on, allowing it to continue through the gates as if the stop had been nothing more than a formality. But in truth, Leo's mind had already begun racing. The missing pieces already starting to fall into place, as he finally understood exactly how the Mana Shield core was being powered, and more importantly, how it could be brought down. That night, Larry's room. Wait. I don't understand the plan. How exactly are we supposed to blow up the core again? Vare asked, sounding genuinely lost, as Leo let out a long, tired sigh and slowly shook his head. It's impossible to blow up the shield building from the outside. If the righteous faction has reinforced it with several protective layers, just like the cult, then even if we destroy the structure that sticks out of the ground, we still won't damage the actual core. To get to the core, we'd need to break through at least a kilometer of reinforced concrete, and that's simply not doable through brute force. He tapped a finger against his temple. So we use our brains instead. It's easy to rig supply crates on this base. The warehouse where the crystals are stored before being transported to the shield building isn't as secure as the shield building itself. So, after spotting those Blue Stock Processing Company crates on that logistics truck earlier today, I came up with a workable plan to destroy the core from within. Vare leaned in, his expression sharpening with interest. We find a cult blacksmith who can forge a bomb disguised as a mana crystal, that is shaped and sized exactly like the ones used to fuel the shield core. Then, Once we have our replica bomb, we pack it inside identical containers, right down to the label, Blue Stock Processing Company, and swap one or two of the crates during transit. Leo paused, then tilted his head slightly. And the moment they plug those fake shield cores into the system. Kaboom, he finished with a quick hand motion. Only then did Ver's eyes widen in comprehension, the full picture finally clicking into place. "You're genius, it scares me, cuz," he said, slow claps following as he shook his head with a grin. Leo responded with a mock bow, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. If executed right, this plan could work wonders. But it was a mission that needed to be executed by competent cult operatives, since the two of them could not perform it yet. "And what about your monthly report meeting with the Major today?" Ver asked, his tone light but curious. "Did you find anything useful there?" Leo didn't answer right away. He exhaled slowly, rubbing the side of his temple with a faint look of disbelief. "I did, sort of," he muttered. "I asked him whether we should invite forces from outside the planet to train with us. Basically take your zonal drill idea and push it further, host large-scale interplanetary games." He let out a short chuckle under his breath. His face when I said that, he looked at me like I'd grown a second head. Ver blinked, and then broke into laughter. Leo gave a helpless shrug. "He told me I was being delirious. That our base doesn't have the resources to support something so grand. Said the suggestion alone would reflect badly on my annual review." He shook his head. "Apparently, I'm overambitious now. But," he added, straightening slightly, "the conversation wasn't a complete waste. Later that evening, I brought it up during a poker game with a few other lieutenants. Most of them laughed, yeah, but they also ended up sharing some valuable intel." Leo leaned forward slightly. "Coral is what they call a border planet within the Sioux clan. It's low priority, barely defended, lightly staffed, and strategically irrelevant in the grand scheme. If it falls, nobody's coming to save it." Ver's amusement faded as Leo's voice turned sharper. The Sioux clan would rather let Coral burn than risk mobilizing their elite forces. But the moment Coral is attacked, they'll fortify the next closest planet with everything they've got. He looked Ver in the eye. Because while losing Coral is acceptable for them, losing Planet Nemo isn't. Chapter 524, Covering Tracks. Once Leo finished outlining his findings, the room quieted for a brief moment as Ver took a slow breath, his gaze drifting toward the ceiling as though organizing his thoughts before speaking. "Well, I concur with your conclusion that the Sioux clan clearly doesn't feel like this planet holds any strategic importance to them, because the protector of this planet, the commander in charge, is pretty much an outcast." Leo shifted slightly in his seat, his eyes narrowing as Ver leaned forward, voice happier now, as he shared a sad truth that secretly made him happy. "According to the gossip lore, he's a Sioux family member who has fallen out of favor with the ruling branch and has been sent out to this remote planet to behave as its protector. The man doesn't have a family, and spends most of his time drinking and lazing around. So much so that he hasn't attended a single military meeting in the past 2 years." Ver hesitated, scratching his cheek thoughtfully before finishing the thought. "He might be lazy, or he might just be depressed, but either way, he's not much involved in how this planet runs." Leo didn't respond immediately. He sat upright now, eyes locked on his cousin with a frown beginning to form. "I don't think you ever become a monarch if you're fundamentally lazy by nature," Leo said slowly, the skepticism in his tone unmistakable. "It's not like he's a master-level warrior who got lucky just because he belonged to a big family. He is a monarch. That means, at least at some point in his life, he was a talented and ambitious man." His fingers tapped lightly against the wooden table as he continued. "So if the reports say that he's just wasting his life around here, take it with a grain of salt." Ver shrugged with a small grin, clearly not offended. "I thought the same. So yeah, I'll be cautious, but that's what the rumor mill has been saying about the commander." He leaned back, folding his arms as the conversation reached a slight pause, both of them processing the conflicting accounts they'd gathered so far. Then, after a short silence, Ver spoke again, this time with a subtle shift in tone, sounding slightly more serious and grounded. Anyways, apart from that, I think I have some inkling about the hidden ace that the righteous faction might have. That caught Leo's attention instantly. His eyes lifted with a faint glint of curiosity as he turned fully toward Ver. I think it's a super high-powered mana railgun that's designed to deliver an attack equivalent to a peak transcendent swordsman's full strength, that should in theory, slice even destroyer-class ships in half, and is too fast to evade. Ver watched Leo closely, noting the subtle lift of his cousin's brow as he registered the potential threat. During the previous wars, it's the superior ships of the cult that were the biggest problem for the righteous faction, and since then, they have invested a lot into anti-aircraft technology. Every zonal base has 2 such hidden guns, and they have the capability of eliminating entire fleets in real combat scenarios. Leo absorbed the information carefully, his expression unreadable as he leaned forward slightly, placing both elbows on the table. So if we are to launch an attack on Coral, we first need to make sure that our ships have a way to defend against these railgun attacks, or not attack at all. Ver snapped his fingers with a grin, nodding in agreement. Bingo. The room fell quiet once again, but this time, it was the satisfying kind of silence, the kind that came only after reaching a hard-earned conclusion. With this final piece of intelligence in hand, the core objectives of their reconnaissance mission were now complete. They had identified the key threats, gathered intel on the planet's defensive structure, and uncovered its leadership vulnerabilities. There were no more lingering doubts, no more guesswork to cloud their judgment. The path ahead was clear. Tomorrow, they would return to the cult, not with vague theories or gut instincts, but with a full understanding of how to orchestrate a competent and devastating war strategy. The next day, Leo and Ver chartered a hovercraft flight from Zone 12 to Zone 11 under the official pretext of meeting a few division heads to finalize arrangements for the upcoming interzonal exercises. It was a clean excuse, logged in the system with all the right authorizations, routed through the internal communications grid just like any other mundane officer-level movement, as on paper at least, everything looked perfect. However, the 2 cousins never actually boarded that craft. Instead, just minutes before the scheduled departure, Leo slipped away into a quiet corner of the launch terminal, where he activated Mirror World, placing inside the vessel 2 indistinguishable clones of himself and Ver, that were perfectly dressed, perfectly mannered, and just lifelike enough to fool anyone watching. Meanwhile, the real Leo and Ver had already transformed into janitorial staff and exited through the rear maintenance corridor, blending into the morning crowd without even raising a single brow. With altered faces, olive uniforms and nothing but modest duffel bags on their backs, they passed through the unloading dock, where a White Tiger Union ship was unloading this week's supplies, and slipped on board, just a few minutes before the ship was done offloading everything and was ready to take off. Kaboom! Roughly 30 minutes into its mid-air journey to Zone 11, the hovercraft carrying the clones detonated in a contained but dramatic explosion, scattering debris across a barren plateau just east of the Zone 11 military base. To any witnesses or investigators, it was sure to appear as a tragic onboard malfunction, perhaps sabotage, perhaps pilot error, or perhaps just a mechanical fault. But either way, it was staged to be a disaster that could give way to many possibilities. With no body remains found in the wreckage, the righteous faction could only conclude that Lieutenants Larry and Aaron had gone missing under uncertain circumstances. And hence launch a massive manhunt to find their missing location, wasting precious manpower and attention chasing shadows over the next few days. This was exactly what the cult wanted as well, because, while the righteous faction burned resources trying to locate 2 men who no longer existed, the cult would be preparing and analyzing every last piece of intelligence that Leo and Ver had brought back, so that they could craft a strategy sharp enough to carve a hole straight through Coral's defenses and win this war without losing too many men. The first domino had officially fallen, and the preparations for war had finally begun. Chapter 525, Back Home. Planet Tithia, the First Elder's office. It wasn't until their boots finally touched the soil of Tithia once more that Leo and Ver allowed themselves to take a breath of relief, their long and perilous reconnaissance mission at last drawing to a close. And yet, even as they breathed the familiar air of home, They did not feel at ease, as the constant hum of wardrooms played at the back of their heads. There was no respite awaiting them on Tithia, no time spared for rest or recovery, as the moment their arrival was logged into the system, they were summoned without delay to the First Elder's office, where their presence was demanded as if the war could not wait another hour. By the time they stepped into the semi-luxurious office, the First, Second and Third Elders were already seated in a semi-circle, their gazes sharp, assessing, and disturbingly eager. So, the First Elder began, voice smooth and rehearsed, "Do you have a firm plan of attack worked out yet?" There was no greeting, no acknowledgement of what the two young men had just endured. Just business as if nothing else mattered. Leo stepped forward first, his voice calm and even, as he and Ver began laying out everything, each detail they had uncovered on planet Coral, from troop deployments and internal disorganization to hidden weaponry and shield core vulnerabilities. They spoke not as untrained soldiers, but as bards, as they recounted each point with vivid detail. Nice. Brilliant. Very good. The elders offered words of encouragement from time to time, as they were clearly surprised by the level of competence displayed by the duo in completing this mission, as the two of them had clearly gone above and beyond with the amount and quality of information they had procured. But still, those words of encouragement were mostly empty, as in the end, it did not look like those three old men actually gave two shits about the finer details of their reconnaissance. "So, how soon do you think we can launch this attack?" "Tomorrow. Day after." The First Elder asked excitedly, as Leo visibly frowned at the question. "Like I just told you. We first need to make decoy crystals. Then we need capable cult agents to infiltrate the Zone 12 base and blow the shield facility up. As only after it's blown apart, can we actually attempt to infiltrate the planet. And even then, we need protective shielding upgrades on all our ships, so that they can withstand the attacks of the enemy's modified railguns." Leo explained, as both the First and Second Elder waved him off at once. "The crystal is the priority," the Second Elder said, making a grumpy face as though he already had enough of this conversation. "We'll have our best blacksmiths begin working on the device you described and get an agent to execute the mission you want in 3 to 5 days' time. As for the shielding technology on our crafts, that's not something we consider urgent." Leo's brow twitched slightly. The Elder went on. "It may take months, even years, to develop shielding capable of withstanding anti-aircraft railguns. And just because you children believe it might save some lives, doesn't mean we postpone the war for it." His lips curled into something between disdain and arrogance. 14 days, he stated, voice final. "We attack planet Coral in 14 days. That timeline is not up for debate." Ver went pale. His jaw clenched involuntarily as he took a step forward, fists tightening at his sides. "With all due respect, Second Elder," he said, forcing composure into his voice, "why are we in such a rush to declare war? Why can't we wait 6 months, a year, until we have the proper technology to protect our fleet? It will save hundreds of thousands of lives." His voice cracked slightly, not from fear, but disbelief. "Surely we're not so senseless as to throw away our men like fodder." "You're wrong." It was the First Elder who cut him off, his voice disturbingly patient, like a man explaining basic math to a child. "This war cannot wait. Re-elections are 4 months away, and our seats are not guaranteed." He leaned forward slightly, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin. "We need results. And the populace, they want blood. You'd be amazed what a successful planetary conquest is for approval ratings." Ver blinked, stunned, while the Third Elder, the only one whose face showed even a glimmer of discomfort, looked away and said nothing, his eyes fixed somewhere beyond the marble floor, as the First Elder went on. "It's good for the people to suffer a little. That way, when the solution arrives, they worship you for it. A man who's never bounced on a mud-rutted carriage will never appreciate the softness of a hovercraft seat." He smiled now, an empty smile void of empathy. "They know what they're signing up for. Soldiers die. That is the nature of war. What matters is that they die usefully." He sat back with an air of finality. "So don't waste your time on things outside your control. Focus on what you can do. Silence followed, thicker than smoke. Vare's throat was dry. His gaze flicked toward Leo, looking for some sign, some flicker of outrage, or disbelief, or resistance. But Leo's face was unreadable. He met Vare's eyes without blinking, and within them was not shock, but a quiet, familiar disgust. He had expected this. He had long known what kind of men sat at this table. They were not visionaries or protectors. They were opportunists dressed in ritual, cowards adorned in power, men who would wage a war to win a vote. And if 100,000 soldiers had to die for that, then so be it. Leo said nothing. There was no need to speak to these cowards. But deep inside, he knew that the biggest reason behind the cult's current rot were these elders, and that he needed to find a way to replace them all very soon. Chapter 526, Is Soren to blame? What a bunch of spineless cowards. Vare exploded the moment he and Leo were alone, his fists clenched into trembling balls as his whole body tensed with fury, ready to throw punches at something, anything. Can you believe them, cuz? Those idiots. They know that innocent lives can be potentially put at risk, because of the railguns, but their solution to it is. If you think they'll take out 50 ships, just take 100. Motherfuckers. He roared in frustration and threw his weight behind a wild punch aimed at the nearest wall, the sound of his knuckles smashing through reinforced stone echoing through the room. Bam! Step! Step! Valtteri came rushing in, alarm etched on his face as he anticipated some form of attack. But the moment he caught sight of Vare's fist lodged in the wall and the raw rage in his eyes, he wisely paused, said nothing, and backed away with a quiet nod, retreating without so much as a breath. Leo, unfazed by the outburst, remained still, his voice composed and unhurried as he finally spoke. You need to calm down, Vare. I'm actually more surprised that you did not understand this fundamental truth about the Elders' Council already. His tone wasn't mocking, but the calmness in it stood in stark contrast to Vare's burning anger, like cold water trying to cool boiling oil. These bastards only care about the cult as long as it's to keep the organization safe as a whole, or to expand their grip on power, but they don't actually care about the people. They want to keep the cult safe as a whole, because without the cult, they have no power. And they try to govern as best as they can, only because they're afraid that they won't be re-elected if they don't. But beyond those two key points, there is nothing that those old fogies actually care about. Leo's words were clear and clinical, but they only served to tighten the knot in Vare's chest. The Elders' Council is a cancer within this cult. I don't understand why Soren tolerates them. A god should know better, no. Vare's voice cracked slightly, his disbelief now turning into something more painful than angry. He turned toward Leo as if seeking some explanation, some hidden wisdom that might make it all make sense. But Leo only gave him a small shrug, a gesture that was part resignation and part quiet frustration. I mean, sure, Soren does care about the cult, but surely, there's a limit to how much stuff he can micromanage. The cult's structure of leadership has been the same since its inception. The executive, military and judiciary are all separate from one another. And if you as a god need to dedicate your entire life to micromanage every aspect of those three divisions, solving every small problem that arises, do you really even want to live such a life? Vare's lips parted, but no words came out. The question forced him to stop and truly think. Think about it, Vare. Soren must have spent a majority of his life training himself as a warrior to reach godhood. And then the other part defending this crumbling empire from the righteous faction. Can we really expect more from him? Can we really expect him to be responsible for all the smallest aspects of our lives, just because he has the power to influence it? Leo wasn't asking rhetorically. His voice carried the weight of someone who had mulled over these questions before, who had come to these realizations the hard way. I think the man already does what he can. Theoretically he, with his immense powers, can treat any old man of disease, or cure any illness within a commoner's body with a snap of his fingers. But does that mean he should live his life inside the hospital, spending every second he's alive saving lives? Or carry out this reconnaissance mission that we just did on his own, just because it would be easier for him to complete it instead of us? Leo shook his head, the answer clear in his eyes. No. Because, he's not the only one responsible for this cult. We all are. It's the people who selected these fools to lead them. It's the people who democratically gave the Elders' Council this power. And hence, when those same leaders choose to send them to die, can they really blame anyone but themselves? The words hit like a hammer, and for a moment, Ver could only stand there, shoulders slowly lowering, breath uneven, as the anger drained from his body, not because he was any less furious, but because Leo had reframed the entire tragedy in a way he hadn't considered. And now that it had been said, he couldn't argue with it. Sure, it was convenient to pin the blame on Soren, to expect one man to carry the weight of a crumbling world. But when he imagined walking in that man's footsteps, when he imagined being born with the strength to rewrite fate only to spend that strength fixing the pettiness of broken systems, the picture became impossible to ignore. Soren was a god. He could have lived any life he desired. He could have turned his back on all of them, carved out a paradise for himself, and no one would have been able to stop him. But he didn't. He chose to remain. He chose to suffer. He chose to stay imprisoned inside the stone castle of Ixtal, watching over a cult that grew more corrupt each year, doing what he could from the shadows to ensure that it stayed safe. And no one, absolutely no one, had the right to expect more from him than that. Yeah, I guess you're not wrong here, cousin, but it's still so frustrating. Ver argued, as Leo nodded in agreement. Sure it is. But just put up with it for now because soon, I'll come up with a plan to unseat them. That much I promise, Leo assured, as Ver finally let out a frustrated sigh that he had been holding. This is a philosophical debate. But in my understanding of the POV of different characters, I find it unfair to blame Soren for the current state of cult affairs. Yes, he can interfere with the Elders' Council, but why would he? He's a god on the verge of death, that's still holding the cult's security together. Just because he sits in a place of power doesn't mean he's responsible for the lives of everyone under him or everything wrong with the cult. At some point, it's up to the people to decide what kind of politicians they are electing to represent them. The election of the elders was democratic. This is who the cult chose to lead them. Chapter 527, Visiting the Forges. Planet Tithia, the Forge District, Leo and Ver's POV. The heat hit them first. It smacked into their faces the moment they arrived at the Forge District, thick and dry, carrying the sharp sting of smoke and molten steel as the air around them felt like it belonged inside a furnace. Even before the dust from their teleportation hovercraft had settled, the sound of hammers pounding metal filled the space, loud and constant, as the entire district sounded like a machine that never stopped, not even for the elders of the cult themselves. Flames hissed, gears spun, and half-built war machines hung from cranes like dead weight waiting to be given life. Here, not a single worker cared for rank or robe, and even when the first elder himself came here to visit Master Argo, the tempo of the forge never paused. And yet, on this particular day, the clangs suddenly faded. As the dragon and shadow dragon walked through the main foundry, the entire forger's district held its breath. Hammers paused mid-swing, apprentices dropped their tongs, the hiss of quenching water died mid-sizzle, and the furnaces, though still lit, seemed to dim slightly, as the learning boys pumping oxygen into the flames took a pause. Every blacksmith within sight, from graying veterans to soot-covered novices, stepped forward from their workstations, lining the path with reverent silence, as they gazed at the two figures walking with nothing but pure faith in their eyes. My lords, they said one after another, bowing their heads whenever Leo and Ver passed them, as they bowed with genuine respect, even though the duo had done nothing yet to earn it. Step, step. The duo continued walking, until they came across a broad-shouldered man with arms like tree trunks and a beard white from both age and metal dust. He too looked extremely pleased to see them, as a small tear formed at the edge of his eyes. Lord Dragon, Lord Shadow Dragon, Master Argo greeted, his voice deep and thunderous, though tinged with genuine warmth. It's my honor to finally meet you both in person. Leo inclined his head in return, his posture respectful yet composed, as the faintest nod crossed his features. Likewise, Master Argo. The honor is shared. Ver, still somewhat flushed from the heat, echoed the gesture silently, his eyes scanning the workshop with quiet curiosity as he observed the massive suspended weapon frames with genuine awe written all over his face. Without further pause, Leo stepped forward, cutting directly to the heart of the visit, his tone calm and precise as he began to lay out the specifications of the decoy crystal bomb they required, detailing the desired dimensions, the dummy mana signature calibration, the timing sequence for simulated detonation, and the illusion layer needed to mimic a standard coral crystal that could fool anyone holding it with ease. He explained each point like a man who had already tested the plan 100 times in his head, as Argo listened without interruption, occasionally raising an eyebrow or tapping his chin, but never once doubting or questioning. And when Leo finally finished, taking a small breath as he allowed the final measurement to hang in the air, Argo let out a low hum, nodding slowly as he ran a thick hand down his soot-covered apron. "That's all?" he asked, not mockingly, but with the air of someone hoping for more of a challenge. Should have asked me for something harder." With a wave of his hand, he summoned a nearby subordinate, an eager-eyed assistant who looked barely 20, rattled off a string of technical instructions regarding alloy layering, core wiring insulation, and illusion embedding sequences, then turned back to the Shadow Dragon with a casual shrug. "We'll have a prototype ready in a couple hours, my lord. This one's not difficult. Just clever." He smiled, cracking his knuckles as if he'd been waiting for something interesting to do all week. Leo blinked once, surprised by the speed of the response, while Ver couldn't help but let out a low whistle, clearly impressed. "I knew the cult's forge division was skilled," Ver muttered under his breath, "but this is something else entirely." Argo only chuckled at the compliment, but before he could speak, Ver stepped forward slightly, voice dropping into a more earnest tone, his earlier awe replaced by something heavier. "There's one more thing, Master Argo, though I realize it's far more difficult." The old smith tilted his head, inviting the question. "It's about adding protection to our crafts against enemy railguns," Ver said, frowning as he crossed his arms tightly. "During our recent reconnaissance mission, we have found out that the enemy has created some high-powered railguns that can shoot down our crafts with ease. Without adding more defensive technology to our crafts, we will lose a lot of lives." He paused, letting the silence stretch for a moment, before adding, "The elders say that we must deploy in 14 days. And although I understand, 14 days isn't much. Hell, I know it's nearly impossible. So if you can't, stop right there, my lord," Argo interjected, raising a hand as he took a slow step forward, his boots crunching against loose metal shavings on the ground. "The dragon and Shadow Dragon came to our Forger's Street themselves, that's the greatest honor of our life." He looked straight at Ver, then at Leo. "I can't promise success. But if Lord Ver himself walks into our forge and asks us for help, then rest assured we won't sleep for the next 14 days if we must. We will try and come up with a small-scale portable shield that will at least help you deflect an additional blow or two." His voice lowered, softer now, but with a pride that glowed beneath the soot and steel. "Don't worry, my lord. We at the Forgers District will always support the dragon to the best of our abilities," he said without hesitation, as the blacksmiths behind him nodded proudly in agreement. They seemed fired up to help the dragon, even if it meant running their bodies to the ground due to the tight timeline. "Then we shall leave it in your capable hands," Leo said, before turning to Ver, who simply nodded, eyes shining with something between gratitude and resolve, as he realized that although the elders of the cult were incompetent, the same couldn't be said about its people. And with that, the two turned to leave, the sounds of the forge slowly returning to life behind them, hammers resuming their steady rhythm, flames roaring louder as if the fire inside had now been given a new purpose. Mass Release Chapter 1/5. Chapter 528, Real Advice. Next day, Planet Juxta, Leo's POV. After wrapping up their visit to the Forgers District, Leo and Ver split up, with Leo heading back to Planet Juxta to run the war plan by seasoned veterans like Charles and Dupravel, hoping to sharpen it further through their experience, while Ver stayed on Tithia and met up with the Legion commanders that would be serving under him and Leo in this war. Unlike the elders, who hadn't cared for the finer details that Leo and Vere had risked their lives to bring back, Charles and Dupravel were quick to praise Leo for his efforts, as they both understood the true value of the intelligence he'd returned with. I think the plan to blow up the shield facility from within is genius. If executed correctly, it would surely make infiltrating the planet fairly easy, but it will also make them expect an attack. I say, let's be smarter about it. If we are the ones holding all the cards, then I suggest that we play them as we like. Charles suggested with a smile, as both Leo and Dupravel listened closely, their expressions quietly focused. Like you've already discovered, the righteous faction has spies embedded within our ranks. So why not use that against them and start a misinformation campaign? He leaned forward slightly, voice dropping in tone. Like you said, they care more about Planet Nemo than they do about Planet Coral, so my guess is, if we were to announce an attack on Planet Nemo, creating hype around it and showing real intent to follow through, then troops from Coral will most likely be pulled away and sent to reinforce Nemo's defenses. Charles continued, as Leo slowly felt the bigger picture beginning to form in his mind. We deploy ships from here, make it look like they're en route to Nemo, but mid-journey, the mana shield on Coral blows up, and we change course. By the time they realize they've been duped, it'll be too late to turn back. We strike and capture Coral while their core forces are stranded somewhere between the two. Charles finished, and Leo's eyes lit up with understanding, his mind already running simulations in the background. It was a clever strategy that made use of every tool at their disposal. Agreed, it was a high-risk plan with far too many moving parts, and for it to succeed, every phase needed to go flawlessly. But if it worked, it would deliver the kind of victory that could set the tone for future conflicts, with the army gaining confidence and experience in actual battle scenarios. I think this plan can work, Dupravel nodded slowly, especially if we can tightly control which information leaks from our side. But it's risky, considering we still don't know how deeply the cult's been compromised. If the real plan gets leaked ahead of time, then we might fail at even blowing up the shield. Dupravel shared, as he explained the risks associated with this plan. So, in your opinion, what should we do? Leo asked him, curious to hear the veteran's perspective. I think we do what Charles suggested. It's the most competent plan we've got so far. And if we fail, we take the loss as a lesson, realize that the cult's not ready yet for such intricate war operations, and simplify the strategy next time. Dupravel concluded bluntly, his tone neither optimistic nor pessimistic, just grounded in realism, as Leo gave a quiet nod, knowing he would take that advice to heart. Meanwhile while Leo met with Charles and Dupravel, Vere held meetings with the newly appointed Legion commanders of the Dragon Army. There were a total of 12 legions created as of yet, and the commanders of them all seemed to be fairly competent men, who had all served under Noah in the previous conflicts, and were all veterans of actual war. After chatting with them for a while, Vere felt reassured about their discipline and readiness, as he noticed how none of them complained or asked unnecessary questions, despite being told to prepare for war in just 14 days. Some were skeptical at first, especially about the feasibility of launching an assault with a barely trained army, but once Vere assured them that the mana shield surrounding the planet would be taken care of, many of them calmed down. Vere did not share the exact details of how the shield breach was going to be achieved, but he didn't need to either, as the commanders seemed to trust his word as gospel, and never second-guessed his commands. Hence, the rest of the evening was spent reviewing logistical issues such as hovercraft deployments, armor shortages, emergency mana supplies, fallback protocols, and other such technical talks, as they prepared for deployment in 14 days. Moreover, the atmosphere was enthusiastic within the war camp, with none of the commanders making any pessimistic comments, and instead hyping each other up to see whose legion would perform the best in this upcoming conflict. Then, somewhere around the midpoint of the meeting, Vere received a private call from Leo, where Leo shared the revised battle strategy Charles had proposed. After listening carefully, Vere passed the details along to his commanders, keeping his voice firm and measured. They were now officially ordered to spread word among their legions that the Dragon Army would be launching a full-scale assault on Planet Nemo. That was the story. And it needed to reach every soldier, every junior officer, every scout, every quartermaster, everyone beneath the rank of commander. The deception had to feel real. Genuine. As if Nemo truly was the final target. Meanwhile, the real plan would stay locked behind sealed lips, known only to those at the top. Vere made it clear that any slip-ups or loose talk would compromise the mission, and that even the smallest rumor drifting toward the enemy could lead to the death of thousands. He looked each commander in the eye as he said it, and not one of them flinched. It was a dangerous bluff they were building their future on. But if played right, it just was sure to win them this war with minimal casualties. Chapter 529, Misinformation. 7 days before deployment, Planet Tithia, the Dragon Army War Camp. The war drums hadn't sounded yet, but the mood in the Dragon Army camp was already boiling. The misinformation that the Legion commanders had been asked to spread had spread across every tent, every mess hall by now, as although there was no official announcement made by the cult or its elders, every soldier pretty much knew exactly where they were heading. Planet Nemo's got those rich mana core veins, doesn't it? You think they'll let us keep whatever we loot? Keep. Brother, if we win, we will relocate to Nemo officially, and mine it legally, there's no need to steal anything. You two are idiots. It's common knowledge that the squad captains reward each surviving member of their troop with something valuable once the war is over. An off-book gift of sorts. We won't be mining anything, we won't even go near the mines. Oh, shut it you all, let's first win the war before talking about the spoils. Laughter followed, tense but loud, the kind of noise men made not because they were relaxed, but because they didn't want to admit they were nervous. Further down the row of training pits, others were locked in their own conversations, their voices more anxious. This is it, you know. Our chance to make history. Yeah, this isn't just another border scuffle. If we crush Nemo, the whole cult rises and we'll be the ones who did it. After that, no matter which pub we walk into, we will be treated as war heroes. I even heard that the Shadow Dragon's marching with us. Both him and the dragon, side by side. For real. Damn. If they're both coming then we are sure to win. They are both generational fighters after all. I swear, we're living in a golden age. The words carried weight, belief woven into every syllable, as the faith of the commoners in the dragon was what shifted the perception of this war from an expansionist campaign towards a divine crusade. And yet, not all of them were puffed up with confidence. I just hope I prove useful, one whispered as he tightened the straps on his vest for the 5th time, even though there was no training scheduled. Heard some people blank out in their first real fight. Just freeze. I hope I'm not one of those people. Same here. I've never even seen real blood. Then you'll see a lot of it on Nemo. Just don't look away when it starts. Some smiled nervously. Others fell silent. But even among the jitters and doubts, there was no talk of backing out. No one planned to hide or run. Because for the men and women of the Dragon Army, this wasn't just a war. This was their calling. They had been told stories about the glory of serving in the Dragon's army since they were little kids, and finally, it was their chance to be a part of that legend. Planet Nemo, Commander Sue Bell's office. Hiss. The door burst open with a sharp hiss as the intelligence officer rushed in, clutching a sealed tablet in both hands. Urgent report, Commander. Multiple sources have confirmed it. Sue Bell didn't even rise from his seat. He simply extended his hand, received the data slate and began scanning its contents. For a while, his expression grew steadily darker, each passing second tightening his jaw and furrowing his brow, until finally. Outrageous. He yelled, as he slammed his fist on his wooden desk, the table cracking at the corner as hairline fractures spider-webbed across the tempered surface. Flinch. Aides around him flinched instinctively. But none dared speak. Sue Bell's jaw clenched as he read the report again, his fingers scrolling through transmission after transmission, each bearing the same grim claim. The cult was mobilizing. But not for Coral. For Nemo. He narrowed his eyes, brain racing. Under normal circumstances, he muttered aloud, I'd discard a report like this if it came from just one source. Maybe two. His voice was calm again, but tight with growing fury. But this is 7. 7 independent spies, scattered across different branches of the cult, all reporting the same damn thing. He stood now, slowly, the full height of his monarch tier frame casting an imposing shadow across the room. The cult choosing to not attack Coral, and instead going directly for Nemo, is a strategic gamble on their part. He began pacing. They must know that an assault on Nemo leaves them open to flanking. Reinforcements from Coral could box them in mid-space and crush them from both sides. He paused, then shook his head. But they don't care. They've dismissed Coral entirely. They must not have eyes for that barren, useless rock. He stopped pacing and looked out the window toward the horizon, where distant towers gleamed under Nemo's twin suns. They must have supreme confidence in the speed of their fleet. In the competence of their men. Or perhaps they truly are mad. A beat passed. Whatever the case, I will not let them succeed. He turned sharply, sat down at his desk, and began typing, fingers flying across the interface as he issued a sequence of urgent commands. Planet-wide alert. Code Red. All defense systems to maximum readiness. Outer airspace sentries are to be tripled. Surface-to-air cannons are to be primed and calibrated. All warships stationed on Nemo are to move into pre-assigned intercept formations. Then came the second order. Message to Planet Coral's Central Command, immediate standby order. Prepare all aerial fleets and be ready to launch a flanking assault when evil cult ships are on the approach to attack Nemo. Prepare to intercept and dismantle the war fleet mid-transit. The trap had been sprung. And Commander Su Bao, being fed the exact wrong information that the cult wanted him to hear, fell directly into it without question, moving troops, raising alarms, and reacting exactly as Leo had hoped he would. Chapter 530, The Su Family God. Outer orbit, floating marble palace of the Su God, somewhere within Su family-controlled space. The stars drifted silently around the floating asteroid, where a massive white marble palace sat like some overbuilt shrine to ego. This was the domain of the Su clan's founder. Their protector god. And no one apart from the acting Su family patriarch was allowed to step foot here without permission. Su Tang walked forward alone, his boots thudding against the smooth white floor as the palace doors creaked open by themselves. It was the first time in 5 years he had set foot on this floating slab of rock, and somehow the place still smelled like old incense and arrogance, exactly like what he remembered it to be during his last visit. He walked through the long corridor in silence, his footsteps echoing faintly across the empty marble, at the end of which stood a throne, pure white at first glance, but closer inspection revealing faint veins of scorched black running through it, a remnant of how it had been forged. Melted from the bones of Su Ren's enemies. And now, the Su god himself sat on it, one leg lazily resting over the other, golden eyes half-lidded as he waited for his son to arrive. Step. Step. Su Tang finally reached the base of the throne, came to a halt, and without hesitation, bowed from the waist, his hands placed firmly behind his back. I greet my father and the originator of the Su clan. The man on the throne barely moved. Rise, Patriarch Su Tang. The voice was calm but sharp. The kind of voice that made you sit straighter whether you wanted to or not. Su Tang looked up, meeting the golden gaze of the man before him. Su Ren. The progenitor of the Su clan, the man who had joined hands with Caliph, Morris and Helmuth to betray the timeless assassin. Su Ren's hair and eyes were the shade of pure gold. He didn't wear a crown or carry a weapon, but he didn't need to. His entire presence screamed predator. The kind that didn't bark or posture. The kind that watched, waited, and only moved when it was time to kill. If a lion ever decided to take human form, Su Ren was probably what it would look like, as the man simply had no hint of human emotion or weakness on him. Just calm judgment and quiet power. Father, the cult of Ascension seems to be on the move once again. Our scouting reports confirm that they have set sights on planet Nemo. As of yet, it doesn't seem like Soren will personally be involved in this conflict, but I'm here to seek your wisdom regarding the same nonetheless, Su Tang said, as Su Ren calmly observed his aura. Speak your mind. I can see in your aura that you're hesitating. What is it that you really want to say? Su Ren urged, as Su Tang's eyes widened in surprise. Aura was one of those things he hadn't mastered yet, despite being a peak monarch, and hence, he couldn't understand what his father just did here. As expected, nothing can stay concealed from your eyes, he flattered, before adjusting his tone, and putting forward his real request. I know that the 6 great clans are currently trying to break free from the universal government's influence. And that, we do not wish to ask for help from the universal government or any other clans for this conflict. But they're still honor-bound to come to our aid if we call for them. And if you permit it, I wish to call them to help us fend off this cult threat. Su Tang said, as he bowed deeply after making his request. I say this, not because I'm not confident in the Su clan's ability to keep our borders safe, but because I would rather have their soldiers dying to keep our borders safe, than our own. Since we are still a part of the righteous alliance, why not make the most of it while we can? Su Tang argued, as Su Ren listened calmly to his words. No, Su Ren said at last, his voice steady and final, as he rejected Su Tang's proposal without hesitation. This entire situation reeks of a trap. Something cooked up by Morris the Deceiver to corner the 6 great clans and drag us back to the negotiating table with the universal government. But we won't fall for it. The biggest mistake I regret making in my life is staying within the righteous alliance after the fall of the timeless assassin. Instead, I should have left then, and convinced the leaders of the other great clans to leave with me, instead of us all agreeing to become junior partners under the universal government's rule, with limited autonomy. For 2,000 years, we have followed their laws, obeyed their mandates, and tolerated their presence in our lands. Now they poach our top talents, make profits off every product we export just because they own the trading union, and collect taxes from us to fund their own personal army. But no more. The cult's return to the universal stage gives us a rare chance to shift the balance. To challenge the status quo and rise as equals, not subjects. This is not the time to reach out for help. It is the time to show we don't need protection. That we can stand on our own. That we can win on our own. Su Tang lowered his head, lips pressed tight, but made no argument. He knew his father's mind would not change once made. So he simply bowed once more, accepting the verdict. I understand. With that, he turned and walked back down the corridor, footsteps slow but firm, as the weight of what was coming began to settle on his shoulders. Despite being part of the righteous alliance, the Su family would face this war alone. Chapter 531, Farewell for Now. Skyshard Mansion, Planet Vorthas, 2 days before deployment. A couple days before deployment, Charles gave Leo half the day off to go visit his family and get his affairs in order, just in case he unfortunately died during his first war. Are you sure you're going to be safe in this war? This is no longer a virtual game, Leo. And wars are dangerous, Amanda said with a concerned voice, as Leo chuckled and pulled her cheeks in response. I'll be fine, don't worry. I will have Dumpy to protect my back, won't be involved in anything too dangerous, and will mostly just be supervising Dupravel fighting on my behalf. My transport craft will be at the core of the fleet movement, which will also be the best craft, with best pilots and best defensive measures, that will only land when it's absolutely safe. So yeah, I'll be okay. But are you sure I should take Ben with me? Leo asked in turn, as Amanda nodded with a teary eye. Yeah, he's been itching for a fight and wants to test out his new body. It will be good for him to come with you in this war, and with me cloud backupping his memories, it's not like he will be at any real risk of losing his life. Also, it'll give me peace of mind if I know that both Dumpy and Ben are by your side. Amanda pleaded, as Leo simply shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly in response. Yeah, I don't mind taking him with me. The old man taught me most of what I know about fighting. It'll be fun to share the battlefield with him again, Leo said with a smile, as Amanda hugged him tight. Come back to me safely, okay? She pleaded, as Leo hugged her back and gently stroked her head. Yeah, don't worry. Even if no one else returns from that war alive, I will. Leo promised, as he made a mental note of not doing anything too reckless during this war. While Leo privately consoled Amanda upstairs, the atmosphere within the Skyshard mansion living room was absolutely electric. Dumpy, Ben, Jacob, and Luke all sat around the living room table, as Dumpy excitedly told them all about his war plans. "I'm telling you, the smoking man has tortured me too much. This war is my chance to vent. And I will not spare anyone. All puny humans will feel the wrath of Dumpy, the strongest frog," he roared, slamming a stubby hand on the table with enough force to rattle the snack bowl. Jacob chuckled. "You need to stop referring to Monarch Charles as the smoking man. If he hears you, he might just turn you into frog soup one of these days. I'd like to see him try." Dumpy snapped, puffing up his chest. "After the hell he's put me through, I can confidently say that my skin is fireproof now. Also acid-proof. And stab-proof. I'm practically invincible." "You're practically delusional," Luke retorted, as he winced while trying to contain his laughter. Ben cleared his throat and leaned back in his seat. "I'm coming as well. I'll try to get more kills than you, young one." Dumpy froze. Then blinked twice. "It's impossible, Lord Grandfather," he said with a dead serious tone, placing a hand over his heart. "Only Lord Father has the skills to surpass me if he tries. I'm afraid you stand no chance." Ben raised a brow. "Is that so?" "Yes. Your kill count will be respectable, of course. But you are a relic of a different age. While I, on the other hand, am an unrivaled killing machine." "Unrivaled?" Jacob laughed. "You cried because a ladybug landed on your back on your way in today. It was red and aggressive looking." Dumpy snapped. "We frogs have icks too, okay? We don't like insects." "What an unrivaled mindset," Luke teased, as Dumpy outright ignored him and flexed. "You may all doubt me now, but when I return with 10,000 kills under my belt, you will have no choice but to acknowledge my greatness." Ben raised his teacup. "I'll race you to 20. You're on," Dumpy said, slapping the table again, as he looked completely fired up. "Y'all do realize there's a chance this war might not even break out near you, right? They might stick you in a backline support squad." Jacob said, as being the only real soldier in the room, he knew how real wars worked, and how the commanders were always at the back away from any real action. But Dumpy immediately looked genuinely offended by his speculation. "I have suffered a lot of tyranny under the smoking man, and shall under no circumstances be sidelined. I was born for crushing mongrel humans. It is my birthright and I shall have it," Dumpy claimed boldly, as everyone in the room burst out laughing. The little frog was genuinely the cutest and most adorable pet. And although it had a slight attitude, by now everyone in the family adored him to death. Later that evening, just as Leo was gearing up to leave for war, Jacob pulled him aside near the mansion gates, his expression unusually serious. "I know you're a grown man, and I know you can handle yourself just fine, but for my sake, just listen to my ramblings for a minute." Leo raised a brow but didn't argue. Jacob sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "War isn't like duels or tournaments, it's messy, loud, and confusing. People die for no reason, and the battlefield doesn't wait for anyone to figure things out." He looked Leo dead in the eyes. "Don't chase glory. Don't try to be a hero. The ones who last are the ones who keep their heads low, assess the situation, and move smart. You're strong, yeah, but even the strong die if they stop thinking. And you've got too much to live for to let ego get in the way." Leo stayed silent, absorbing every word. Jacob continued, his voice dropping lower. "If a situation smells off, it probably is. Trust your gut, not the damn mission sheet. And always know where your exits are. The battlefield's a shifting beast. Don't get swallowed." He took a step back and gave Leo a firm nod, then patted his shoulder hard enough to give him a shake. "All right, that's enough lecturing. Go win your damn war. But make sure you come back in one piece, for your mom's sake." Leo smirked, but the glint of tears in his father's eyes hit him harder than he expected, as he replied with a "Copy that, old man," before walking away. 532, Forest of Ships. Planet Tithia, Hangar Bay, Leo's POV. Leo had never seen as much chaos at Tithia's Hangar Bay area as he did today. There were ships everywhere. Cargo freighters, tactical carriers, armored battle cruisers, agile frigates, massive long-range destroyers. He couldn't even count them if he tried. The entire airfield looked like some mechanical forest, with steel beasts instead of trees, each growling, humming, or sparking to life in preparation for launch. Thousands of soldiers swarmed the place like ants, moving crates, fuel cells, ammo boxes, and God knows what else between ships. Crew members jogged past with scanner boards and fuel logs, while nervous recruits carried out last-minute supply runs, flinching every time a captain or commander barked something in their ears. Leo caught sight of one poor guy dropping a whole crate of rations as a woman in a red captain's coat tore into him so hard, it looked like he might cry on the spot. Overhead, Tithia's sky was just as busy. Hundreds of warships hovered far above the skyline like metallic clouds, temporarily parked for the time. They'd already launched from other home planets and were now waiting for the final flag to move. Tithia was their last stop. From here onwards, all of them would move together in battle formation until they reached their intended target planet. Leo couldn't help but stop and stare at all this activity. He was fascinated by it to say the least. However, Dumpy, who was lazily perched on his shoulders, was the complete opposite. The little frog couldn't care less about what went on behind the scenes. All these men here, Lord Father, and still none stronger than me. Dumpy commented, as Leo chuckled softly at his words. This was the most amount of men and ships Leo had seen gathered at once, as it was only now that the grand scale of this conflict registered in his mind. This wasn't some regional skirmish. This was a war effort that spanned across solar systems. So this is what war at interstellar level looks like. He wondered, as just as he was about to be lost in thoughts, suddenly, a soldier interrupted him. Lord Shadow Dragon, please sir, this way, we are ready to leave in a few minutes. A woman in a common officer's uniform ran up and saluted him, before leading them past the main landing decks toward the upper launch hangars. Leo, Ben, Dupravel, and Dumpy followed, their expressions calm and natural, as they approached the warship that had been custom-built to carry only the two dragons and their personal entourage. It wasn't just any warship. It was a reinforced destroyer-class flagship, designed not for offense but survival. Most of its weapons had been stripped out and replaced with defensive plating, speed boosters, sensor jammers, and emergency barrier tech, since its only real job was to keep Leo and Ver alive. Step, step. As they walked up the loading ramp, Leo glanced at the hull, which looked polished black with the symbol of the dragon's army drawn onto it. A silver dragon coiled around a black orb, wings flared wide, with crimson lines running down its spine. Its mouth released a spiral of stars, symbolizing conquest across space, and beneath it, etched in old glyphs, read the words, "We do not yield. We consume," which was the mark of an unstoppable force. It felt surreal to look at, as this was the first time Leo had seen a symbol within the cult that did not belong to the cult of Ascension itself. This was the symbol of the Dragon Army. And proof that the men flying under its banner were not the regular cult military. Inside, the ship was pristine. The lights dimmed automatically as the door hissed shut behind them. And sitting casually at the end of the hallway, arms crossed and eyes half shut, was Ver. He stood up the second he saw Leo and offered a fist. Finally, Leo bumped it without a word and sat across from him, while the rest of the group settled in around them. No one spoke. There was no need. The hum of the ship's internal systems and the dull throb of tension in the air said enough. Minutes later, the engines kicked in. A low rumble passed through the walls, followed by a loud whoosh as the ship lifted off the hangar deck, taking off alongside hundreds of others. From the viewing deck, Leo watched as dozens of ships shot up at once, like flies peeling off a cow's back in perfect sync. The entire swarm climbed upward, punching through the clouds together and spreading out just enough to form ranks. Within moments, a neat three-dimensional formation began to take shape in space. To Leo, it looked like a massive boomerang rotating slowly across the stars, with smaller pods protecting the edges and heavier destroyers clustered near the center like a floating shield wall. It was the first time he had seen warships move together like this, silent, swift, and synchronized, all aligned and perfectly sync-paced. The march towards Coral had officially begun, but at this point, 99.9% of the forces still believed they were headed for Nemo. Cult Surveillance Outpost, Planet Nemo's outer orbit. The dimly lit control room buzzed with quiet tension as dozens of radar panels pulsed with blinking signals. An assistant rushed across the chamber, clutching a datapad, stopping only when he reached the edge of the high command platform. "Commander Su Bao, sir," the assistant said, voice tight. "We've got confirmation. Multiple long-range surveillance nodes have picked up a massive fleet. They're course-bound for Planet Nemo." Su Bao didn't respond immediately. He stood by the window, gazing out into the blackness of space, shoulders relaxed as if he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Then, slowly, he rolled his neck, bones cracking loud and clear in the silence. "So, those cult bastards really have lost their minds. Very well. Let them come." His tone was quiet, absolute. War was coming to Nemo. And he intended to meet it head-on. 533, so far so good. Planet Coral, Zone 12 Military Base, Supply Storage Warehouse. Drop. Brandon landed soundlessly inside the dim warehouse, slipping through a narrow ventilation hole in the terrace plating. As a transcendent-level warrior and one of the cult's finest infiltration specialists, Brandon was among the few operatives lucky enough to have been extracted from righteous faction territory before the purge of undercover agents had begun. But today, he was back on righteous soil, deep behind enemy lines, to carry out a mission that could very well be the most important operation of his life. "I can't screw this up," he muttered under his breath, eyes darting across the storage crates stacked 3 rows deep. "Not today." He moved to the center aisle, where the weekly shipment of shield core crystals had just been delivered. The patrol guards inside the warehouse weren't looking, and there were no surveillance cameras in this particular section of the storage wing. It was the perfect hole in their defense, and Brandon had scouted this place well over the past few days. Open. Shuffle. Brandon opened the nearest 2 crates and casually slipped the real cores into his storage ring. Then, from a separate storage ring strapped on his other hand, he pulled out identical-looking replacements. These were the highly powerful bombs designed by Master Argo and his team that were disguised with enough detail to pass every visual inspection. Only high-level diagnostic equipment could tell the difference. But the cult already knew that no such scans would be run. Not here. Not on a resupply routine. Close. Run. After replacing everything, Brandon quickly closed the boxes, resealed the lids, and quietly floated back up to the terrace hole. With practiced fingers, he pulled out a thin plastic sheet, gently covered the opening, and brushed a layer of dust over it to hide any trace of tampering. Then, like a gust of smoke, he was gone. His mission was completed. If everything went according to plan, in 2 to 5 hours, the shield protecting all of Planet Coral would collapse in one beautiful, devastating bang. 3 hours later, underground, secret Mana Shield Core facility. The workers buzzed faintly as another supply crate slid into the core facility's loading dock, arriving exactly on time. Major Gary, arms folded behind his back, oversaw the delivery with a bored frown plastered on his face. "Start the replacement cycle," he barked. "Shift the core to backup power." 4 workers and 2 engineers quickly got to work, guided by Chief Engineer Dayton. First, they began by removing the depleted crystal cores from the shield's primary grid, tossing them into a black spatial pouch that was meant to be destroyed and deposed after use. Then, once all the depleted cores were removed, they began slotting in the freshly delivered ones without delay. "Those damn cult bastards," Gary muttered as he paced the room, glancing occasionally at the ongoing process but not really watching. "They've finally lost it, haven't they, Dayton? Going after Planet Nemo like this." Dayton, hunched over a console, nodded. "They want our mana mines. What else? Nemo's resources are some of the most profitable in this quadrant of the universe. And the cult doesn't believe in fair trade. They take what they want. Despicable mongrels. Gary spat. I hope our fleets wipe them clean off the star map. Meanwhile, the replacement continued. 40 of the 48 boxes had been replaced. Don't slack off, Gary snapped. We've only got a 2-minute shutdown window. We're at 90 seconds already. The workers scrambled to complete the restocking, unaware of what they had just loaded into the core reactor, as at the 120th second, just as the restocking was complete, Dayton shifted the power from backup to primary core, as the system began drawing power from the freshly inserted cores. However, unfortunately for the workers, this was the trigger that Argo's bombs had been waiting for, as the moment mana was absorbed from their surface. The bomb mechanism triggered. Kaboom! The explosion erupted with a sickening roar, but it wasn't just a burst, it was a pressure wave, a concussive force that expanded outward at blinding speed. The fake cores detonated from the inside of the containment matrix, sending a chain reaction through every line and conduit they were connected to. The blast engulfed the entire core chamber in less than a second. Dayton didn't even get a chance to scream. He was vaporized along with the nearest 3 engineers. The 4 soldiers who had been working the controls were launched backward into reinforced walls, bones shattering on impact, only to be swallowed moments later by the secondary wave of fire and collapsing metal. The internal plating crumpled like paper. Fire surged through the maintenance tunnels, melting support beams and fusing circuits into slag. One of the ceiling girders tore free and collapsed onto the secondary generator, causing an even greater eruption of sparks and kinetic discharge. The entire chamber caved inward from the force, and every reinforced emergency barrier failed to deploy. On the base's surface, guards heard it a moment later. The ground rumbled beneath their feet as a deep, guttural roar echoed out from below. At first, they thought it might have been an earthquake. But then came the fire. A jet of compressed flame burst from the underground exhaust vents, lighting up the mid-afternoon sky like a sudden sunrise. The shield tower that had stood proud and humming just moments ago flickered violently, then went dark, as one after the other, the power lines connected to it lost voltage. Panic was immediate. Alarms blared across the base. Red floodlights lit the hallways. Soldiers and engineers rushed out of buildings, their eyes locked on the smoke rising from the shield core facility. What the hell was that? Is there a problem at the electrical center? Was Major Gary inside? Lieutenants tried to re-establish order, shouting commands, pulling up holographic feeds, but nothing was working. The facility that had just exploded was secretive and off-limits to common soldiers, as apart from lieutenants, nobody else even knew what that building really was. Chaos grew by the minute. Evac protocols were considered but never launched. Too many questions. Too little time. In the command tower, Lieutenant Rachel slammed her fist on the table. Shit, 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 the whole planetary mana shield is going down. With one of the 7 cores destroyed, the whole system will no longer work. Commander. Someone contact the commander. This is a serious issue. Half of our fleet is en route to planet Nemo. And our planetary shield is down. If the cult turns their eyes to planet Coral now, then we would prove to be sitting ducks against their assault. This is bad. This is very, very bad. We might be fucked, Rachel said in panic, as unknowingly, she became the first military leader on planet Coral, who realized the cult's schemes for what they truly were. War could be coming to Coral. And if it did, they were less prepared than ever to face it. Their mana shield was down. Half their fleet was gone. This wasn't just a bad hand. This was a nightmare scenario in motion. 534, Excitement. Aboard the destroyer ship, Leo's POV. Leo and Ver sat tensely within the craft, when the co-pilot came rushing out with a big smile on her face. Lord Dragon, Lord Shadow Dragon, sir, we have just received confirmation from the command center on Juxta, that the operation to blow apart Coral's mana shield was a success. We shall now course correct and move ahead at full thruster speed. We expect to reach our real destination in 40 minutes. The co-pilot reported, as Ver jumped out of his seat in joy. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, he said joyfully, before giving Leo a firm clap, as the two grinned ear to ear. Clap. Leo looked more relieved than overjoyed, since he had some serious doubts about the cult's ability to execute missions after the botched attempt to steal the timeless assassin's skill scroll. But thankfully, it seemed like the agents sent to complete the mission were competent, and were able to execute the mission exactly on time. Crack, crack. Sitting beside Leo, Dupravel began cracking his neck, as he mentally began preparing for war. While the rest of the members on this ship had no obligations to fight in the war, Dupravel had been tasked with killing the enemy commander, who was a member of the Sioux family and a Monarch-tier warrior himself. Viper, after we land, your job will be to locate the enemy commander and lead a team to kill him. The sooner you complete it, the better, Leo said, as Dupravel looked at him from behind the white mask and gave him a reassuring nod. But I don't need a team, they'll only slow me down. Don't worry, there's nobody who can slow me down on this battlefield, apart from the enemy commander. I'll find a path to him in no time, Dupravel assured, as Leo clenched his fists in excitement. Everything was going as planned. By now half of Coral's defensive fleet was heading towards planet Nemo, and were 5 hours away from their home base, even if they turned immediately to return. But it was too late for them to act now, as by the time they came back, the cult's forces would already have obliterated the planet's air defenses completely, making their return nothing more than a futile effort. Throom. Jerk. Everyone within the craft felt the jerk when the cult ships all turned to course correct and accelerated at once, as it was only now that the common soldiers were informed about their real war destination. Static. A low hum rang out across every vessel in the fleet, followed by a sharp ping, as the encrypted comm link opened. Then, a deep, commanding voice echoed through every hallway, ship bay, and soldier cabin in perfect sync. Attention everyone. I repeat, attention everyone. This is High Commander Zoran of the 3rd Legion, speaking on behalf of the Supreme Command of the Dragon's Army. The chatter inside the warships died instantly. Our original destination was planet Nemo, but that was never the real target. Our actual target was always planet Coral, with the move toward Nemo being nothing more than a calculated misdirection. A faint, gasps and surprised murmurs broke out among the lower-ranking soldiers, all of whom were shocked by this sudden revelation. Based on the information that Lord Dragon and Shadow Dragon procured, one of our cult operatives infiltrated the Shield Corps facility on Coral and executed the single most daring sabotage mission in recent military history, as a result of which, their planetary mana shield is now gone. I repeat, the Coral planetary mana shield is down. And a path to wiping them out is now clear. Their defenses are crippled, while half of their main fleet is heading towards Nemo as we speak. The voice shifted, assuming a fiercer tone. The mission has just become a whole lot easier, and the only change in our execution is that the projected loss of life is now 80% less than before. Lord Dragon with his immense wisdom has created the best war strategy for us. And now, it's our turn to repay his faith, and deliver him a resounding victory. Today, we show those righteous faction cowards no mercy. Today, we plunge Coral into darkness. The audio cut for half a second. Then another commander spoke. This time it was Lady Quora, the Legion commander of the 4th Legion. We arrive at our destination in exactly T-35 minutes. Let nothing stand in our way when we land. Glory to the cult of Ascension. Glory to Lord Dragon. Glory to Lord Shadow Dragon. Ping. The transmission ended. Inside various cult ships, soldier reactions. The low-ranking cult troops, who'd until now been sitting in anxious confusion or quiet prayer, suddenly erupted in cheers. Wait, so we're hitting Coral. Not Nemo. Hell yeah, baby. They're screwed. Did you hear that? The shield's already down. We're walking into an open house. I never expected such a twist, but I'm thankful for it. I can't even begin to imagine the planning that went behind the scenes to pull off such a dupe. One soldier leaned forward and slammed his fist into his chestplate. Chink. Glory to the Dragon's Army. Death to the righteous. I swear, if I don't get at least 10 kills in the first wave, I'm retiring. Let's get them bastards. The mood had shifted completely. What was once a tense wait turned into electric anticipation. Weapons were checked. Armor was strapped tight. Helmets clicked into place. Veterans smirked while rookies bounced with wide-eyed eagerness. Inside every ship bay, soldiers lined up at the ramps, staring at the countdown timers painted above the launch doors. 35:00, 34, 59, 34, 58. They knew exactly what those numbers meant. By the time it hit 0, the firefight would already have started in the skies of planet Coral. And if they were lucky, they'd land with their boots on scorched dirt, ready to finish the job. Chapter 535, Aerial Assault. 35 minutes later, planet Coral upper atmosphere. Right on time, tens of thousands of cult ships pierced into Coral's upper atmosphere, the mostly barren planet flashing below in scattered patches of blue and green. Fizzed. Rumble. The sky shimmered as hundreds of assault craft tore through the stratosphere, their hulls glowing with heat while magnetic stabilizers flared to steady their descent. The mana shield, which should have stopped them dead in their tracks, was gone, reduced to smoldering debris by Brandon's earlier sabotage. So now, the skies were theirs to claim. 3rd Legion, move towards Zone 3, get into battle formation. Barked Legion Commander Zoran, his voice crackling through the comlink of every ship under his command, while the other Legion commanders did the same. VOOOOM. 12 attack groups separated in a seamless spread, diving like streaks of vengeance through the parted clouds, while bases below scrambled to respond to the impossible. On the ground, every warning system screamed at once, lights flashing red, alarms howling in pain, as planetary sensors finally caught on to what was descending. Beep asterisk beep asterisk beep. Inbound enemy squadrons detected, trajectory locked, multiple impact vectors inbound. From Base 12 to Base 1, defensive artillery units came online, the aging but still lethal surface-to-air turrets swiveling toward the skies as lieutenants screamed commands to take aim and fire. Hidden railgun towers rose from their underground sockets, each one humming with destructive energy as mana cores spun inside them like furious hearts. Railguns online. Target the CENTERWAVE. Open fire. Throom MMM. Boom. Asterisk. A beam of pure kinetic fury lanced through the sky, tearing a hole in the lead ship of Assault Unit 4, its hull splitting in two as metal and fire rained down like a dying star. The crew inside never even had time to scream, as they were turned to vapor in an instant. Turn. Divert. The surrounding ships scattered, some tilting wildly to dodge the railgun's aftershock. Boom. Boom. Another railgun fired, and this one hit dead center against a sleek twin-wing cruiser, only for the attack to fizzle against a glowing blue dome that flared to life just moments before impact. The one-time safeguard mana shields that Master Argo had embedded across some of the strike vessels kicked in, absorbing the brunt of the blow before shattering into mist. Retaliate. Take out the enemy's offensive capabilities. The cult ships responded with savage precision, retaliating with volley after volley of searing pulse fire, turning the sky into a storm of red and violet flashes as hundreds of bolts rained down upon the surface. Cannons exploded in showers of sparks, turret arrays were sliced in half by coordinated beam strikes, and communications towers began falling like dominoes one by one. ZZZZZZZZRT. Blam MMM. Incoming missile lock from Base 2. Yelled one pilot, but before he could break formation, the missile hit. His ship detonated in a cloud of twisted alloy, the scream of his crew echoing faintly over the comms before it cut to static. But for every cult ship that fell, 3 more broke through. The airspace grew darker as more and more of the fleet descended, surrounding the skies of all 12 bases like vultures circling prey. Inside Base 5, the control center was sheer chaos. We've lost comms with Base 3, 8, and 12. They're targeting our towers. The commander isn't responding. Major Kress looked on with horror as the radar screen turned into a sea of blinking red. Outside the observation window, the skyline blazed with streaks of fire, ships twisting and looping in deadly dogfights while railgun beams sliced into the clouds like divine punishment. VRRRRRRRM. Boom. Asterisk. One of the remaining planetary turrets fired at close range, exploding 3 smaller bombers midair, but as the smoke cleared, 2 more cult cruisers shot straight into its base and fired point blank, reducing the tower to rubble. Pilots inside the cult ships screamed with rage and thrill. That's Base 4's outer cannon network disabled. Press forward. RATATATATATATA. FWOOOOM. Dozens of ground cannons tried their best to retaliate, shooting rapid plasma bursts and missile payloads into the air, but they simply couldn't keep up. The cult ships darted like hornets, some dodging missiles by mere inches, others absorbing single impacts before unleashing devastating countermeasures. As everywhere that the eye could see, ships were spiraling, chasing, crashing, exploding or tumbling. Some trailed smoke as they plunged downward, screaming toward the surface like comets of death. Others ascended into loops before performing vertical dives to rain fire from directly above. At Base 10, a desperate technician screamed, "We need more time. Just give us 30 more seconds to reload the weapons." But there were no seconds left to give. A cult ship zoomed past the main HQ at subsonic speed, dropped a payload into the missile reserve chamber, and peeled away. Kaboom! The entire left wing of Base 10 went up in flames, bodies flung like ragdolls across the blackened stone. And yet, the battle raged on. Thump ** boom * crackle. Inside the belly of one cult ship, Commander Ethar watched live feeds as her units methodically dismantled Zone 10's defenses. Her job here was almost complete, and hence she began looking to see if any other units needed reinforcements. Zone 1 and 11 are still facing railgun resistance. Requesting reinforcement. She heard over the comms, as instantly she responded with a "granted." Quickly issuing orders for her destroyer ships to relocate, she diverted 3 destroyers, 5 cruisers, and 17 frigates to help Zone 1, while sending the rest to help Zone 11. Boom! Boom! Meanwhile, high above Base 11, the railgun tower kept firing with almost unnatural speed, its operator ignoring the death around him, hands steady as fire lit up both sides of the control room. His breath was ragged, his skin blistered from earlier heat exposure, yet he held his post, snarling. "Come on then. I'll shoot you all down myself." Boom * crack. Another kill. A cult ship went spiraling into Base 11's forest perimeter. But the victory was short-lived, as mere minutes later the reinforcements soon arrived, firing beams from above and beside at once, one burning a hole through the railgun core, the other tearing the entire turret from its base. Crash! The tower collapsed like a dead colossus. With the railguns gone and cannon systems failing, the base's fate was sealed, prompting the Major to authorize retreat. Civilian zone entry approved. Fall back into urban districts. Go, go, go. Abandon the military bases. Like bees abandoning a breached hive, the remaining surface soldiers ran, jumping into aerial pods, gliders, and escape skiffs, trying to reach the cities, limits, where the cult would be forbidden to bomb them. But unfortunately for them, the cult jets gave chase. Locked on. Pew **, pew. Dozens were picked off in mid-air, their bodies vanishing into fire and wind. Screams echoed as escape crafts were struck from behind, pilots tumbling through cockpits, wings spinning uselessly as fire engulfed their sides. But some made it. A few thousand soldiers from Base 11 pierced the outer perimeter of City Nectar and vanished behind its legal barrier, as the cult pilots cursed into their comms. "Fuck me, the rats escaped." Repeat, some rats escaped. VRRRRM. Swoosh. With the skies finally cleared, and no major anti-air resistance remaining, command ships across the cult fleet sent the final command. Air superiority achieved. Begin landing protocols. Prepare ground units for surface operation. The war in the skies was done. In under 45 minutes, the cult had obliterated all 12 military bases, crushed the air defense grid, and shattered Coral's outer defenses completely. Chapter 536, The Ground Assault begins. Planet Coral, Zone 6 Military Base. Land. The cult ships quickly landed on the scorched earth below them, as their hulls opened with a thunderous hiss, releasing waves upon waves of armored soldiers into the smoke-filled warzone. Shua! Shua! They charged out like a dam had burst, shouting in unison as their boots pounded the cracked earth, war cries echoing through the burning base while the air pulsed with mana, bloodlust, and static-charged fury. The first to launch their assault were the mages and archers, stationed near the ship exits. Their eyes glowed with deadly focus as they raised staves and bows in sync. FWOOSH. Crackle. Thunk. Blazing orbs of fire spiraled through the air as arrows laced with mana whistled overhead, falling upon retreating ground forces like guided death. Arg. Thud. Entire squads were engulfed before they even reached their hovercrafts, their screams drowned under the constant thunder of mana detonations. Get to the transports. Hurry. Soldiers of the righteous faction scrambled like ants across Base 6, boots slipping on blood-slick concrete as they pushed cargo aside, revved engines, and tried to secure fast exits. Some climbed into half-open hatch doors, while others shoved injured comrades into transport vessels already lifting. But the cult's vanguard reached them first. Tank-class warriors in plated mana armor marched at the front with large shields crackling from enchantments, as they shrugged off arrows and minor spells sent by the righteous faction defenders like they were mosquito bites. Behind them, rogue-class fighters dashed forward in blur-speed zigzags, cutting down stragglers and engineers before they could react. Clang. Slash. GHKK. Blood painted the metal walls of storage containers as two soldiers were gutted beside a stack of fuel crates, their bodies twitching for a moment before going still. A swordsman followed behind, his blade coated with frost as he brought it down in a vertical arc, splitting a retreating captain through his shoulder and out his side. Shirk. Inside the largest hovercraft, a young lieutenant pounded the interior console with his fist, cursing. Come on, start, damn it. Beep, beep. It was too late. Boom. A fireball hit the rear thrusters, igniting the back end and sending the hovercraft into a burning spin. Screams erupted as the hovercraft crashed into the adjacent barracks, killing everyone inside instantly and collapsing the nearby roof in a storm of ash and metal. Meanwhile, across the open grounds, the cult foot soldiers overwhelmed every flank with ruthless coordination. Transcendent warriors incinerated defensive cover with sweeping sword arcs, while grandmasters destroyed the roads leading out of the military base, as they made it harder for the righteous faction soldiers to run off and retreat. Turn back. Fight. We will die like dogs at this rate, shouted one Zone 6 lieutenant from atop a supply crate, only to be struck by a lightning bolt to the chest that exploded his heart mid-sentence. Zap. Thump. The righteous defenders faltered. They were skilled, maybe even brave, but they were taken out by surprise today, and were not prepared to push off an enemy attack. The dragon's army, on the other hand, moved like a single breathing organism, brimming with rage, pride, and victory already written on their faces. They didn't wait to be shot at. They pushed forward with no regard for life or structure, cutting down wounded men and destroying every escape path they found. By the 55-minute mark, only a few transport crafts had lifted off the base, and even those were chased by mage attacks and arrow volleys. FWOOOOOOOOM. One burst in the sky before it could even leave the field of battle, its smoking wreckage falling like a dying hawk. As down below, the dragon army's flag had already been raised, stabbed straight into the ground by a smiling rogue with blood dripping down his cheek. Here on Zone 6 military base, victory was not declared. It was taken. Meanwhile, Space Surveillance Outpost, Planet Nemo's outer orbit. It was only now, when the situation on the ground at Coral had become irreversibly dire, that Subal finally grasped the cult's true strategy. They played us. They must have already known who our spies were within their ranks and deliberately fed us false intelligence to distort our judgment. He clenched his fists as he whispered the words, jaw tight with restrained fury. Clever, disgustingly clever. This time, he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by the cult, and there seemed to be no hope any longer of saving Planet Coral. Commander, sir, a junior officer called hesitantly. The ships that turned back toward Coral are requesting your orders. They've lost all communication with Commander Su Pei, and all 12 zonal bases have gone dark. Completely neutralized. The officer's voice shook slightly. What are your orders? Should they proceed and fight for their land, or retreat? Su Bao's chest rose and fell with a heavy breath. Sigh. Tell them to turn back, he said at last, voice low but firm. The battle for Coral is already lost. He stepped closer to the central screen, gaze fixed on the floating icons representing friendly ships. A defensive fleet is only as strong as the systems that support it. Without on-ground defenses or skilled allies in the skies, they're nothing more than birds flying into fire. They have half a fleet. No ground coordination. No backup. If they fight the cult now, it'll be nothing but a blood trade, thousands of their lives exchanged for only a few hundred enemies, with no strategic gain. Tell them to return to Nemo. Coral is gone. Su Bao's voice trembled with rage, not at the cult, but at his own helplessness. Because in war, numbers weren't enough. You could have 10,000 troops, but if you sent them one by one into a meat grinder of 10,000 enemies, you'd lose every time. Even sending them in clusters, 200 here, 500 there, would do little more than delay the inevitable, for in war, victory did not come from total strength alone. It came from timing, coordination, and concentrated force. And that, above all else, was where the cult had outshined the Su clan today. Chapter 537, Consolidation. Leo's POV, Zone 1 Military Base. Leo and Ver touched down at Zone 1 Military Base, which was the most strategic stronghold on the planet. It was important not only because it housed the enemy commander Su Pei, but also because it stood closest to the planet's largest city, called Fanfic. Naturally, there was not much for them to do at this stage of the war, as by the time they disembarked from their ship, 95% of the initial fighting was already wrapped up. Reporting, the enemy commander has retreated to Fanfic City, while the major guarding this base has been defeated in battle. The stragglers are being rounded up as we speak. Your orders, my lord. The Legion commander asked Ver, who immediately glanced towards Leo for advice. No need to be rash, let's consolidate first, treat the wounded, secure the perimeter, and set up anti-air defense systems, in case they send reinforcements to reclaim the planet. Once we do that, then we can send scouts into the city to find out just how many enemies are hiding in there, and where exactly the enemy commander is, before deploying our men for a dogfight. This day is already ours. Now it's time to not make any rash decisions and build on our advantage. Leo advised, as Ver immediately nodded in agreement. I agree with my cousin here. Let's do as he suggested, unless you have a differing opinion, Legion Commander, he asked, as the Legion Commander gave him a thumping salute. No sir, I completely agree with Lord Shadow Dragon's approach. Let's do as he suggested. The Legion Commander said, as he turned and quickly ran off to relay relevant orders. Once the fighting had finally quieted and the last of the stragglers had been rounded up, the battlefield became more subdued, as the dragon's army transitioned from destruction to control. Captured soldiers from the righteous faction were dragged and herded into the open plaza at the base's center, their faces streaked with ashen defeat, as they knelt in silence beneath the smog-filled sky, heads bowed low as restraining chains were fastened around their wrists and ankles. The cult soldiers worked efficiently, moving down the lines without hesitation, their expressions full of joy and elation as they hauled prisoners into tighter groups, stripping away armor, checking for hidden weapons, and forcing everyone, including the injured, to sit upright with spear points pressed lightly against their necks. They derived a certain grim satisfaction from disciplining the enemy, yet not a single curse or demeaning insult was hurled their way, as under Leo's strict orders, every prisoner, regardless of their affiliation or past crimes, was to be treated with a baseline of dignity, where they would not be stripped naked, nor subjected to unnecessary humiliation. Some among the captured began to shed tears quietly, while others stared blankly at the blackened ground, too hollow to react to their sudden defeat. A few clenched their jaws, eyes burning with resentment that would surely turn into festering hate if they were ever allowed to live long enough to carry it forward, but for now, their strength and morale had already been sapped from their bodies, and so they complied. Meanwhile, near the southern half of the base, where the fighting had been fiercest, small fire teams had begun their next task of reclaiming what remained, as they moved through scorched corridors and broken storage facilities, extinguishing the final bursts of flame and dragging corpses into covered piles for later disposal. Some areas still smoked with heat, the walls broken and cracked where spells had detonated or hovercraft engines had exploded, yet the cult's engineers paid it little attention as they focused on salvaging functional parts from the wreckage. They hauled out boxes of ammunition, crystal cores, rations, and steel frames that could be melted down or repurposed later, as they quickly saved everything valuable that needed saving. Mages specializing in water spells stood at key junctions, conjuring curved arcs of pressurized mist that swept over entire buildings at once, cooling the hot spots and clearing the air, while elemental mages from the rear squads used mana to reinforce the fractured pillars and stabilize the remaining towers, just enough to buy time until replacement materials could arrive. On the eastern end of the base, in the flattened space once used for storage convoys, several white canvas tents had already been raised, the insignia of the dragon's army fluttering faintly along their edges as the medical divisions got to work. Wounded soldiers were carried in by the dozens, some unconscious and covered in blood, others limping on torn muscles and cracked bones while still managing to salute their superiors on the way to treatment. Healers moved between the cots with steady hands and focused eyes, applying mana salves to deep wounds and binding fractured limbs with glowing gauze, while medicine specialists and potion boys worked behind the tents to restock their supplies without a moment's delay. Time passed quickly, and the afternoon gradually faded into evening, as the tempo of the base shifted once more. Teams of able-bodied soldiers continued working without rest, unloading and positioning the anti-aircraft defense systems brought in by the cult ships, as the objective had now shifted from conquest to consolidation, and from seizing ground to securing it. Engineers oversaw the installation of detection radars and mana-reactive sensor grids, while pilots busied themselves with refueling procedures and post-battle maintenance, tending to the very aircraft that had helped secure their victory just hours earlier. No one remained idle. Every hand moved with purpose, every second was accounted for, as the cult soldiers pressed forward with ruthless precision, transforming what had once been a righteous faction stronghold into the foundation of their own expanding domain. Morale remained high, yet the air carried with it a sharpened tension, as every soldier understood that while today's battle had ended in triumph, the larger war had only just begun. They had taken all the military bases across the planet, but the enemy had not yet been purged. The real war was only going to begin tomorrow. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.